Chapter 799. He returned from Hard Island without success. List couldn't wait to urge the construction of the Black Horse Island dock. He is a person full of contradictions. Sometimes he is leisurely, but sometimes he can't wait to get results. However, the development of the shipbuilding industry is not easy to bear fruit. Even with the guidance of the Sapphire family shipbuilders, even if the original shipbuilders of the territory fumbled and studied, they still did not have a good grasp of the three-masted sailboat technology. Time passed by as they accumulated technology and continued to experiment. While waiting silently for the dock to build the three-masted sailboat, List also calmed down and carefully polished the Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Battle Aura secret book. One day, when he was inspecting the craftsmen in the subway, he saw the blacksmiths regularly beating the iron blocks with sledgehammers and small hammers, slowly hammering the red-hot iron blocks into shape. He suddenly flashed countless inspirations. Soon afterward, he created the fifth move according to the inspiration of the hammering, earth-shaking. Since then, the Dragon Battle Aura secret book has 5 moves: Dragon Slash, Burning the Sky, Swallowing the Sun, Boiling the Sea, and Earth-Shaking Hammer. Together with the little Fire Dragon Leo, the strength of the Fire Dragon Knight skyrocketed. Although the next stage of the Dragon Knight practice is still unknown, at the current stage, his strength can continue to skyrocket. According to his experience of riding 2 dragons, his combat power is about half of the peak stage Light Emerald Dragon Knight. Once he becomes a peak stage Fire Dragon Knight, his strength will surpass that of the peak stage Light Emerald Dragon Knight. To put it bluntly, the peak stage Dragon Knight is equivalent to the Earth Knight with fighting skills. The method of taking drugs is unknown. I can only improve my strength by constantly honing my fighting skills. After the soul is complete, I am afraid that I can only improve my strength by constantly honing the Dragon Battle Aura secret book. List sighed with emotion. But soon he was relieved. Other Dragon Knights can only waste time in the Dragon Knight stage, but I have a clue about the next stage of the Dragon Knight. With the help of the Smoke Mission and the effect of the Magic Eye, it will not be difficult to find a way to break through the Dragon Knight stage. With the Smoke Mission, which was suspected to be the power of destiny, List's self-confidence was so free and easy. June arrived in the blink of an eye. The light green gem dragon's body had already recovered, and it could fight in the sky and display its might. Of course, its foundation was still weak, and it would take several years of recuperation before it could return to its peak. No matter what. List left the little Fire Dragon Leo to sleep on Black Horse Island and went to Dodo Island. He rode the Light Emerald Dragon Ethan and migrated south. He planned to take the Light Emerald Dragon with its Chi to a new island that had not yet been explored. That is, the large island south of the first island. Not only was the island lush with vegetation, but it also had a lot of World of Warcraft, which was barely enough to keep Ethan. Furthermore, List would often provide it with potions and other resources, so it was barely enough to keep one dragon on an island. This is just a stopgap measure. When they found an archipelago suitable for building a country, List would build a dragon nest for Ethan and Leo to raise the 2 dragons. Perhaps not only these 2, but his old friend, the Invisible Dragon, should also come. The Invisible Dragon comes once a year. I've been talking about it for a while now. I don't know if the Invisible Dragon was tricked by the Smoke Mission and flew here. This time, in addition to giving it a good meal of smoked grass and roast beef, I also want to give it a mystifying dragon's mind fruit. The value of the space gem is far greater than any other gem. The most important thing is that he has 3 dragons, which is more than enough to build a kingdom across the sea and annex the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Perfect. Just as he was fantasizing about the beautiful future, Lucy hurried down the stairs. "Your Highness, news from the expedition fleet." "What's the news?" "Captain Yevich sent a message that they have found a new archipelago. They have explored 3 islands. The distance between the islands is relatively close, and these 3 islands are very large. The largest is the size of Coral Island, and the smallest is the size of Black Horse Island. There are many coral reefs around it." "Is that so?" List couldn't sit still. He calmed down his excitement and went upstairs with Lucy. Lucy was fiddling with the magic platform. The sound of the magic reaction came from the compass, and she was recording something with one hand. After a period of training, the twins with good magic talent have become qualified operators and transmitters. They operate the magic platform rhythmically like a DJ in a nightclub. Your Highness. Seeing List arrive, Lucy immediately put down the quill in her hand and bowed to List. No need to be so polite. Operate the magic platform seriously. What did Yevich say? Lucy moved a chair, and List sat down. Captain Yevich's fleet has continued to set off, following the terrain of the islands to search other sea areas, and to determine the number and size of the new islands as soon as possible. Very good. Contact Yevich for me. The magic platform has entered the 3.0 era. Its functions have been further improved, and the quality of communication has greatly improved. Although it wasn't as convenient as natural communication, it could transmit more information like chatting. After half an hour of repeated communication, List basically understood the location of the new islands. It was only 400 kilometers away from the island where the light green gem dragon was temporarily living. The location was slanted to the southwest. The first island is 500 kilometers away from the new island, and the new island is 400 kilometers away from the new islands. This is a bit exciting. This should be the real islands. The first island is only a remote corner of the continental shelf. The new islands are the real highlands of the continental shelf. He immediately ordered Yevich to search for the new islands, and ordered the other 2 exploration fleets to immediately move towards the new islands. They could explore this new islands together. The communication with the magic platform ended. Leaning against the back of the chair, List leisurely tasted a cup of green tea sent by Mrs. Morrison. Lucy asked curiously, Your Highness, if we find the new islands, will we be able to establish our own country? Of course. Will Your Highness become a king? That depends on the situation. Maybe I will only become a Grand Duke. Then our country will be called the Flame Grand Duchy. If I have more dragons, then I will directly become a king, and our country will be called the Flame Kingdom. List said with a smile. He had a good impression of the clever and cute twins. The 2 little Lolas were not only cute, they were talented, and their personalities were also very likable. These twin sisters, he gradually felt like his own daughters were growing up. List, whose soul was already more than 30 years old, and the twins, who were less than 10 years old, did indeed have a father and daughter age gap, as well as a sense of expectation for his daughter to grow into phoenixes. A few days ago. Chapter 800. Your Highness, when you and Teacher Chi explore the new islands, can you take me and my sister with you? Ruth asked with her big, cute eyes. Lucy hurriedly scolded. Ruth, don't make rude requests to His Highness. Although Ruth was a little bold, she did not dare to defy her sister. She could only bow to List and apologize. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Ruth was too reckless. Please forgive me. List waved his hand. Don't be nervous, Lucy, Ruth. If your teacher, Chi, doesn't refuse, there's nothing wrong with taking you with her. It was a pleasant and interesting thing to have 2 cute little Lola's companions on a voyage, not to mention that they could control the magic stage. Therefore, Chi, who was researching how a dragon turtle could mutate into a lightning dragon turtle from Dragon Turtle Island, quickly agreed to the sister's request. Under List's urging, she had already accepted Lucy and Ruth as her magic apprentices. The twins' former teacher, Chris Truth, did not object to this at all. She even envied the twins for being able to listen to the magic shooter's teachings at any time. Of course, Chris actually thought too much. Chi was the twins' teacher in name, but she had no intention of teaching them in private. She only liked to study magic on her own or assign some research tasks to mages. She did not like to communicate with others, let alone teach. It was indeed a waste for a magic shooter to teach magic apprentices. Any ordinary mage from the Guild of Magic could complete the teaching. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Your Highness. The twins cheered excitedly. List nodded and said, Go and pack your luggage. We'll leave at any time. He and Chi's sailing trip was to leave as soon as they said they would, without the slightest delay. At this time, Nami's weak cry came from a jade box hanging on the ceiling. Chirp! It flew out of the box and landed on Achi's palm, looking at Achi pitifully. It had not gone out to work for a while, but stayed in the laboratory, waiting for Achi's return, seeking the care of the owner of the contract. At this time, its expression was sad, still fighting against the hindrance of evolution. Achi holds Nami in her hand and smiles. Don't worry, Nami. Achi will take you with me. We're going to explore the new world in the archipelago discovered by my brother. Tweet. Nami rubbed her head against Achi's fingers and dozed off with satisfaction. One day later, List arranged the affairs around him properly, and Achi handed over the busy magic experiments one by one before setting off for the new islands. Rumble. Walala. Off we go, see, cried the twins merrily from the bow. Before coming to Black Horse Island, they were the children of serfs in the countryside of the kingdom of Eagle and had never seen the sea in their lives. Coming to Black Horse Island to live, sailing is a common occurrence. He has long overcome his fear of the sea, but he still does not dare to swim in it. The blazing flame, loaded with fruits, vegetables, magic potions, and other supplies, followed the planned route and braved the wind and waves at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. The new islands are about 4,000 kilometers away from Black Horse Island. According to Earth's data, it is probably the distance between the northernmost Bohai Sea in China and the southernmost South China Sea. The average speed of the Palace fast-sailing ship is about 10 knots, or 18 kilometers per hour, and can sail up to 400 kilometers a day with a downwind. The Sapphire family relied on the Palace fast-sailing ship to dominate the aquamarine sea, but there's a lot of headwind and windless sailing on the sea, so it can travel up to 200 kilometers a day. From Black Horse Island to the new islands, it takes 20 days for the Palace fast-sailing ship to sail. If it is replaced by a merchant ship with a speed of 3 knots, it will probably take 2 months, and that is if the sailing is smooth. However, for the blazing flame, there's no such thing as headwind, downwind, or windless. Achi controlled the waterspout to push and race directly on the sea. 8 hours later, they had arrived at the location recorded on the nautical chart. Then List called out the little fire dragon Leo, flew into the blue sky and white clouds, and searched for land. The search went smoothly, and it took only 15 minutes to find the island. This was also the reason for the increasing accuracy of the nautical chart. Achi has been studying astrology for a long time, and combined with telescope technology, developed a set of devices that can measure the angle between the sun or other stars and the sea level or ground level. She also wrote a book, Star Orientation Light Measurement and Navigation, to direct the application of the device. After seeing this device, List directly grabbed the naming rights. Call it a sextant. In fact, it is a different version of a sextant. With a sextant, it is more accurate to measure the position of a ship during the voyage. Basically, to prevent the situation of getting lost at sea, the fleet from the Flame territory used a sextant during the day and night, and only when it was cloudy would they look at the nautical compass, a device similar to a compass, which also pointed in one direction, but not in a north-south direction, but in a direction of 15 degrees west by north. There is no theoretical explanation as to why it points in this direction. Achi set off in the 195-degree direction. The island is just ahead. After finding the island, List immediately contacted Achi. As for the 195-degree, it was List's invention. He combined it with a nautical compass, divided the position coordinates into 360 degrees, and clearly indicated each direction. 195 degrees was a little west by south. This invention originated from the game PlayerUnknown's Battleground, Battle Royale, that he played on Earth. There was a 360-degree direction indicator, which was very convenient for reminding teammates of the enemy's position. However, before the flame could approach the island, Lucy shouted loudly, "Your Highness, teacher, the magic platform has sent a message. The Discovery has encountered an unknown large whirlpool and is being swallowed by the whirlpool. It is calling for help." Achi immediately said, "Coordinates, direction." After the twins reported the Discovery's position, The flame immediately changed direction and rushed towards the sea where the discovery was located. Along the way, they maintained communication with the magic platform. The discovery was still struggling, and the exploration and opportunity were too far away to rescue them, so they could only wait for the flame. Unfortunately, when Ichi continuously adjusted the direction and finally reached the vicinity of the large whirlpool, the discovery's signal had disappeared from the magic platform. "Your Highness, teacher," Lucy said sadly, "I can't find the magic platform's signal of the discovery." List walked up to the bow of the flame. He was in a bad mood, but he still comforted himself. Accidents are inevitable when exploring the sea. They were the pioneers of a new country, and a new country will not forget their contributions. He looked up at the large whirlpool that seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. With Ichi controlling the waterspout, the flame slowly approached the large whirlpool. Chapter 801. Brother, the magic power of this whirlpool is very special, Ichi said after casting magic eyes and carefully observing the whirlpool. List also cast magic eyes to observe, and indeed, as Ichi said, this huge, mysterious, and almost motionless whirlpool had a special magic structure. Using magic eyes, one could not observe two obvious signs of magic power in ordinary seawater. But the whirlpool was full of blue-white water attribute light. And the closer to the center of the whirlpool, the brighter the magic light became, and the blue light was gradually overshadowed by the white light. The most peculiar thing was that the light seemed to have a fault. It was a special optical phenomenon, as if a large number of broken glass had been placed in the center of the whirlpool, disturbing the path of the light and making it incoherent. What's the reason for this? I don't know. Then let me ride a dragon and cast Dragon Eye Orbit to take a look. List said immediately, "Brother, be careful. The magic power of this whirlpool is unusual. Ichi can feel that it is difficult to control the seawater in the periphery, and the central area is simply uncontrollable. Don't worry, I will only observe from the sky and will not approach the sea." List called out to Leo. Leo was somewhat dissatisfied with List, who repeatedly disturbed his rest. Roar. He had been sullen recently. Without the volcano on Dodo Island, the growth of his strength was limited, so he was naturally in a bad mood. Cooperate seriously and reward the potion when we return. List rode on the Dragon Tooth platform and quickly flew over the whirlpool. Casting Dragon Eye Orbit, the world became a clear visual effect. Every trace of flowing seawater was full of dynamic beauty. Magic lines outlined back and forth, rendering a different whirlpool. It was like an exquisite sculpture, and the messy magic colors vaguely revealed a mysterious law. As he continued to climb, the whirlpool continued to shrink, revealing its complete appearance. It was an irregular oval whirlpool, the edge somewhat similar to the Milky Way, with cantilevers extending out. The magic light of the cantilevers was brighter, but the brightest was in the center of the whirlpool, which was almost like a huge silver-white sun. However, there were clear signs of fracture in the small sun, which was the fracture of magic power. Strange. Just what kind of structure is this? The cracks seemed to form a gigantic magic array. List had been communicating with Ichi for many years, so he was no stranger to magic arrays. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was a huge magic array. The cantilevers and the center reflected each other. Every magic crack was a part of the magic array. He subconsciously took out a notebook and a quill from his space ring and began to sketch a picture based on what he saw. After a while, after the sketch was completed, the rough lines of the magic array were basically completed according to the scale. Only then did he put away his pen and paper and descended toward the center of the great maelstrom to observe the situation. If one were to disperse the trail of the dragon eye and observe it with the naked eye, it would be a deep, pitch-black tunnel. The sea around the huge whirlpool was slanting toward the center in a parabola. When it reached the center, the parabola was almost a straight line. However, the water continued to spiral downwards, forming a circular well with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. When he used the trail of the dragon eye again, the deep whirlpool was immediately covered in dense magic power. The cracks were distributed at the position of the deep well, overlapping, intersecting, and juxtaposing, presenting a complex yet orderly situation. Liz took out a pen and paper again and drew the structure clearly. The two drawings of magic lines basically depicted the magic structure of the great maelstrom. Liz took a deep breath and steered Leo away from the center of the whirlpool. Before he understood the situation of the whirlpool, he did not dare to casually explore the deep whirlpool well. Indeed, he had the urge to dive in and solve the riddle, but a strong desire to survive dominated List, causing him to be cautious in all aspects. Bang! Jumping onto the bow of the flame, List handed the two drawings to Chi. Take a look at the magic structure of the great maelstrom. I feel like it's a huge magic array. I wonder if it's a naturally formed magic array or a magic array set up by some ancient magic shooters. Chi took the drawings and was quickly fascinated by them. As time passed, she still did not look up. She even found a seat, took out a notebook, and kept copying the drawings and revising the lines. From time to time, she would put down her pen and walk out to use the Eye of Magic to personally observe the great maelstrom before going back to continue revising. After a long time, Chi said again, "Brother, Chi wants to see the great maelstrom from the sky." "No problem." List summoned Leo and promised him 10 potions as a reward. He smoothly rode Leo and took Chi to the sky above the great maelstrom. "Brother, use the trail of the dragon eye to help Chi look at the details. Tell me, I'll explain it to you. What does the edge of the well on the left look like?" "It's the two intersecting fracture lines. It's zigzagging, and there's a groove in the middle. It's the point where the light suddenly broke. Look at this point, and then look up about a finger's length. Do you see there? There's actually a groove hidden under the light." "Well, Chi got it. What's the trajectory of the two parallel fracture lines at the 72-degree direction?" One was asking, and the other was explaining. After half an hour, the sun set in the west, and it was already evening. Only then did Chi reluctantly ask List to send her back to the flame, which was already far away from the great whirlpool. She ate some fruits, and while List was eating heartily with Lucy and the twins, she continued to immerse herself in studying this huge magic formation that she had no idea how it was formed. It was already certain that it was a magic circle, but she had not deciphered the information of the magic circle. At night, Chi asked List to take her to the sky again to observe the magic structure of the great maelstrom at night. Her Eye of Magic was a super magic, but its effect was equivalent to List's Eye of Magic. It was not very strong and could not be compared to the trail of the dragon eye. However, List described what he saw in detail and let Chi perfect the magic circle bit by bit. In the middle of the night, when List was teasing Nami, who was not very energetic, Chi finally raised her head and said, "Brother, Chi has deciphered the great maelstrom. This is a naturally formed magic circle. It's a magic transmission circle." "Magic transmission circle?" List exclaimed unconsciously. This news was simply too explosive, and he couldn't remain calm. "You're saying that this great maelstrom is the teleportation formation I've been searching for all this time? Or that the teleportation formation that prevailed during the era of the Moon Empire really exists?" Chi nodded seriously. "Yes." At the same time, in an unknown location, several campfires were lit. The injured knight had hunted a few wild animals from the forest and gave them to the disabled who were cooking porridge by the campfire. Next to another campfire, 2 magicians in magic cloaks were fiddling with a broken compass-shaped device. The knight in the lead dropped the game and walked to the side of the magician. He said, "Sir Glanny, is the magic stage repaired? We must contact His Highness as soon as possible." Chapter 802. This chapter is a guaranteed update on the 13th. A magic array. It's actually a magic array. List did not know how many times he had come to the bow of the ship and looked at the huge whirlpool in the distance. Under the illumination of the moonlight, The great maelstrom resembled the maw of a monstrous beast, sending chills down one's spine. However, Liszt was filled with boundless excitement. Ever since he had traveled to this world, he had heard many legends about the Moon Empire. Among them, the most popular one was related to magic circles. Legend had it that in the center of the legendary continent, there was a mountain called Mura Gaodin. It was tens of thousands of meters high, and mortals could not climb it. Even the Dragon Knight could not fly to the top. The violent storm halfway up the mountain could tear humans and dragons into pieces. However, the Moon Empire had set up a magic array at the top of the mountain. Thus, according to legend, those magic shooters could climb the mountain to light the magic array and teleport to the moon. The name of the Moon Empire originated from the moon, and even the name of Muragadon Mountain, Muragadon, was the modern translation of the ancient language of the moon, which meant guardian knight of moonlight. In the era of the Moon Empire, the knight training system already existed, but they all existed as squires of sorcerers. To this day, these matters regarding the magical teleportation portal had become nonsense. The weave had shrunk for some reason, and the dominance of the Magi had been overthrown by the knight. The search for the truth could not compare to the thirst for dragons. The exploration of experiments could not compare to the rush for wealth. The exploration of magic could not compare to the worship of combat aura. Magic shooters had not appeared in this corner of the continent for hundreds of years, and mages had gradually degenerated into technicians who made magic equipment and refined potions. Occasionally, he would stir up some trouble and create some news, but he would not be able to affect the overall situation. Gradually, people began to deny the Moon Empire. They dismissed those things that were legendary, but didn't exist in reality as nonsense. The teleportation magic array was one of the myths. Liszt had lost count of the number of times he had seen the real existence of the legendary things. He had developed a strong tolerance and began to believe that those teleportation portals, the humans on the moon, and the Elven King were all real. It was precisely this attitude that had allowed him to gradually develop his research into teleportation magic arrays. He never imagined that a teleportation magic array actually existed in this world. The surprise was too great. Achi, what do you think this teleportation magic array leads to? Can we teleport by jumping into it? He swallowed his saliva and guessed in a scorching tone, does it lead to the undersea kingdom, to the moon, or to Mount Muragadon? Should we give it a try? Achi was not as enthusiastic as Liszt. She thought more about the teleportation array itself. Brother, the structure of this magic array is very stable. It may be able to teleport accurately without any errors. However, if you want to cross the teleportation array, you still need to do a lot of preparation work. Only by doing thorough research can you minimize the danger. Of course I know, but this is a teleportation magic circle. Achi. Yes, I know. Achi smiled. Liszt was a little disappointed to see Achi forcing a smile in response to his excitement. Everything about Achi was good except that she was a little quiet. She was becoming more and more like a straight-A student. As an underachiever, Liszt admired, respected, and envied the top students, but in fact, he wanted to go crazy with the underachiever even more. In short, it was Achi's turn to arrange various experiments and research on the teleportation magic array. On the other side, Nigel Barkskin's shield was seriously recording the ship's log. As one of the first elite Earth Knight of the Eagle Kingdom to surrender to Liszt, he was put in an important position and was appointed as the captain of the Discovery. He was lucky to survive this special shipwreck. His first task was to save the ship, and his second task was to record the log, to ensure that His Highness could keep abreast of the situation of the expedition. He looked up. He glanced at the magician who was busy repairing the magic platform by the bonfire, then at the knight and sailors who were cooking porridge and barbecuing meat, and at the side of the Discovery that had been smashed into a pile of broken wood. Then he looked at the vast primitive jungle around him, and the huge mountain waterfall that was rushing under the moonlight in the distance. Nigel picked up a pen and began to write. There was a special black box in the captain's room to store pen, ink, paper, and other items used to write the log. The items inside were well preserved during the shipwreck. June 5th, the weather was clear. Everything happened so suddenly that I didn't know where to start writing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Discovery set off from the third island of the new archipelago and continued southwest to search for the next island. The lookout found that the sea ahead was very large, so I ordered a closer observation. Unexpectedly, just as the ship approached the waves, it was swept away by the turbulent undercurrent and began to spiral forward. Captain Nigel immediately opened the water-calming orb kept in the captain's room. Unfortunately, after activating the water-calming orb, it still could not calm the seemingly calm but dangerous undercurrent. The Discovery uncontrollably approached the depths of the whirlpool. By the time the lookout discovered the whirlpool, it was already too late to stop it. So they could only ask for help from List and report the situation using the magic platform. But before the flame could come to their rescue, the Discovery had already slid into the depths of the whirlpool and was swallowed by the deep whirlpool amidst the panic of the crew. The hull is seriously tilted. Everyone has to hold on to the railing to stand firm. The whirlpool sea is getting more and more tilted. The sky is hanging upside down. Soon we can no longer see the sun, only the turbulent whirlpool sea spinning above our heads. The force of the ship's rotation is getting stronger. Some sailors can't hold on and fell into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Just like that, the Discovery spiraled forward on the whirlpool's parabolic sea, being pulled step by step into the deep whirlpool. At that time, it was like being swept into the waves and surfing. I grabbed the rudder, but couldn't control any direction. The Discovery even began to disintegrate. There were planks falling off one by one. Just when I thought I was going to die, the only light disappeared and darkness came. The water suddenly stabilized, but the Discovery was still moving forward at high speed. I don't know how long it took. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10. I wanted to speak, but my mouth was open, but I couldn't say a word. Even my hands and feet couldn't move. I saw countless arcs of light flashing around me, like lightning or aurora. The next moment, a dazzling light shone, and then I felt my body flying. It wasn't just me flying, but the Discovery was flying. When I could open my eyes, I saw the sky spinning violently. I could see the lush forests and tall mountains, as well as the bright sunlight on the horizon. Unfortunately, the next second, the Discovery crashed into the forest. There was a loud rumble and a strong dizziness hit. Nigel almost fainted. When I endured the pain all over my body and crawled out of the damaged captain's cabin, I was shocked to find that the Discovery had fallen into a pile of rotten wood, and the place where we crashed had become a wild forest. The huge mountain waterfall in the distance made me realize that the Discovery had flown out of the cave at the mouth of the waterfall. Chapter 803. Closing the logbook. Nigel Barkskin's shield began to patrol the simple camp built next to the ruins of the Discovery. It was surrounded by forest, and he had to be on high alert. Otherwise, if the world of Warcraft approached, it would threaten the survival of the crew. At that moment, he suddenly heard something above his head. It seemed to be the sound of something piercing through the air. Then, there was a loud bang in the forest in the distance. What's going on? Nigel and the others immediately tensed up. Unfortunately, it was nighttime, and they did not dare to leave the camp and search in the forest. After a while, when there was no more movement, Nigel relaxed a little. He temporarily put aside the idea of searching and began to enjoy a simple lunch with the night. No matter how simple it was still better than the salted meat and vegetables on the voyage. Unfortunately, there was no campfire atmosphere. Not only did they have to worry about the forest, but they also had to worry about the unknown world. They did not know what they had encountered. In the blink of an eye, they had come from the vast sea to the endless forest. They did not know how far they had traveled. They did not know if they had appeared on an island near the Great Maelstrom or in some other corner of the world. Let us mourn for the lost crew members. After setting up the simple tableware, Nigel motioned for everyone to mourn. Out of the 100 crew members of the Discovery, 16 were missing, 52 were dead, and only 32 survived. 7 of them were seriously injured, and it was unknown if they could survive. The morning had just ended. There was another whoosh above their heads, followed by a loud rumble in the forest in the distance. It was as if a large rock had fallen from the sky. It was much weaker than a meteorite, but the ground still trembled slightly. Nigel could no longer ignore the commotion. At that moment, Mage Glanny Truth, who was repairing the magic platform, suddenly said, "I understand. It's Her Highness." Her Highness? Of course it's Her Highness. Her Highness has discovered the Great Maelstrom and is studying it. Glanny was very excited. The Great Acheron will definitely be able to decipher the secret of the Great Maelstrom and come to save us. We need to stay here and repair the magic platform and cooperate with Her Highness and Acheron. Then, he loudly announced, "We will not rest tonight. We will repair the magic platform overnight and contact Her Highness as soon as possible." The other magician also nodded deeply. "I support Sir Glanny's opinion." Naturally, the knights had no objections. After all, the repair work was done by the magicians, and they only needed to assist. As if to prove Glanny's guess, every 10 minutes or so, a stone or something was past his head. Tracing back to the source, it just so happened to be that tall waterfall mountain. The surviving crew members of the unknown forest were eagerly waiting for the High Mage to finish his research, and that was indeed the case. From time to time, the flame would transport rocks, trees, World of Warcraft, and other objects from the nearby islands and throw them into the great whirlpool to study the changes of the objects as they passed through the whirlpool. List rode on Leo and hovered in the air above the big whirlpool. He used the Dragon Eyes orbit and kept peeking at the details of the magic composition of the big whirlpool. In the end, all the information was gathered in Achi's hands. This was a very complicated change. Even after dozens of experiments, she still couldn't figure it out. Big brother, Achi doesn't know if this is a man-made magic array, but the principles behind its operation are too profound. There are many parts that Achi doesn't understand at all. Don't worry, be patient. We can use this place as a long-term magic experiment site. List guessed that the crew of the Discovery had probably perished. So after calming down from his excitement, he wasn't in a hurry to explore what the other side of the teleportation array looked like. The big whirlpool was here and wouldn't run away. There was no need to be anxious. He immediately ordered the exploration and opportunity to continue searching for other islands in the new archipelago. He also sent the other 2 exploration fleets to search for other islands. There was no need for them to investigate and explore the big whirlpool here. Other than Achi, who could control the flow of water to resist, the others had no resistance. Late at night, Achi lacked experimental materials, so she decided to make a trip back to Thorn Castle. Liz suggested, "Why don't we pull some of the mages over and put them on an island not far from the big whirlpool? We can set up a magic laboratory to crack the big whirlpool. I feel that it will take at least a year and a half before the secret of the teleportation array can be completely unraveled." "Yeah," Achi nodded. So the flame made its way back through the night and returned to the newly built dock at the mouth of the canal to the sea under the sun the next day. List personally coordinated the mages of the Guild of Magic. "Chris, come and confirm a list of great mages. This list needs to be of a trustworthy level, and great mages who can be transferred out for a long period of time and obey orders." Chris was already a qualified administrator. She immediately gave a list. "The Guild of Magic has gathered 18 great mages, and 7 of them meet your requirements, Your Highness. They are Kenley, Lars, Solaire, Delaka. Then first arrange for Kenley, Lars, Solaire, and Delaka, and then select a group of trustworthy mages to follow the magic shooters to carry out field research projects overseas." Kenley was a member of the Magic Elephant family from Iron and Steel Ridge. Lars and the other 2 were once List captives. They had already integrated into the Guild of Magic and were happy and content. Kenley had even been elected as the vice president of the Guild of Magic. Chris was the executive vice president. "Your Highness, may I know what kind of research project it is?" Chris asked curiously. There was nothing to hide from Chris. Liz said straightforwardly, You should already know about the huge whirlpool that our expedition fleet discovered at sea. Achi has determined that the whirlpool is the ancient legendary teleportation magic array. Teleportation magic array? Chris's mouth was agape. It took a while for her to recover. Your Highness, I request to personally participate in the research of the whirlpool. You don't have to participate for the time being. The Guild of Magic can't do without your management, especially the experimental resources needed for magic research. We still need you to coordinate. List did not say what he was implying. In fact, Chris's research on the soul was not bad, but other aspects were ordinary. After all, she was just a newly advanced great mage and had gradually transitioned to administrative work. She was gradually becoming unfamiliar with magic research. All right, I hope your Highness can keep me informed of the progress of the research on the whirlpool. Of course, only by knowing the progress can you better allocate resources. At noon, Chris gathered Kenley and the other three. Chapter 804. This chapter is the bug's childhood. It takes a while to collect experimental equipment. Achi did not conduct theoretical research, but mainly prepared these experimental materials. It was expected to take a week to prepare. During this period, Achi went to the Maelstrom 3 times and helped explore the surrounding archipelagos. Eventually, she found 7 large islands within a week, with Black Horse Island as the standard. However, the largest one was the one discovered before, the size of Coral Island. In addition, there were many small islands and coral reefs scattered around. This archipelago obviously could not be used to establish a country. List named it the second archipelago. It could only be used as a transit supply point, which disappointed him. However, it was still very important to discover the ancient legendary teleportation magic array, so the value of the second archipelago was still very high. Spreading out the nautical map, List once again studied the map hand-drawn by Chi. 800 kilometers south of Black Horse Island were 3 islands, 1, 2, and 3, all smaller than Black Horse Island. 1,200 kilometers southeast of the 3 islands was Dragon Turtle Island. 2,500 kilometers south of the 3 islands was the first archipelago, all of which were smaller than Black Horse Island. 400 kilometers south of the first archipelago was the island inhabited by the light green gem dragon. It was newly named Midway Island and was about the size of Coral Island. 500 kilometers south of Midway Island was the second archipelago, 7 of which were larger than Black Horse Island. The largest was close to Coral Island and was named Whirlpool Island. From Black Horse Island directly to the second archipelago, there was a distance of about 4,000 kilometers. The Maelstrom was located 23 kilometers south of Whirlpool Island, so the location of the magic laboratory was located on a beach on Whirlpool Island. In order to study this Maelstrom, List even planned to build a small town on it, named Whirlpool Town. Then he would build a wizard tower and place the magic laboratory in the wizard tower. It is best to build small towns on all the islands along the way that can be anchored and supplied. Anyway, the more serfs we buy, the less trouble we have to migrate to reclaim the land. As long as the serfs in the supply town can support themselves, I don't need them to pay taxes. Usually the sea trade of sea salt, white paper, and glass was a big business. Every year, there would be several opening orders, which are like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and they would have to put real money into sacks. Therefore, List didn't care about the serfs' taxes. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to destroy the current social system, he really intended to eliminate all agricultural taxes. Of course, he didn't have to rely on taxes to eat, but other nobles still had to live by squeezing serfs, including his father. The Tulip family also needed to squeeze serfs. Let's build a small town on one of the 3 islands. Mangrove Town. Nami once managed the mangrove forest here. Let's build a small town on the Crescent Island of the first island, Crescent Town. Let's build a small town on the middle island, Greenlight Town. Let's build a small town on the Whirlpool Island. That's it. He added 4 towns to the map. This was the next step of his plan. However, he thought of a problem that he had not paid attention to before. I have been asking the exploration fleet to search for the islands, but it seems that I have forgotten to measure the distance between these islands and the mainland coastline. It should still be in the coastal area of the Eagle Kingdom, but most of the coastline should not have been developed yet. The living areas of humans on the legendary continent were mostly concentrated in open plains and freshwater areas where large rivers flowed. There are not many people in the mountains, virgin forests, and seaside. When she has time, I should let her set off from the second island and explore the mainland coastline to see the situation of the land there. Maybe in the future, the second island can be developed, and we can directly raid the Eagle Kingdom from here and seize the resources. At least he could explore the mainland from this direction, and the wild virgin forests were rich and undeveloped treasures for him. After marking the map, List walked to the balcony. Looking at the distant sky, he was just about to recite a poem, but a chirping sound interrupted his thoughts. It was the 3 fire dragon birds, Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple. They were circling around Ainfin's worm's stalk, the phoenix parasol tree. After leaving the volcano, Ainfin finally planted the phoenix parasol tree near the Thorn Castle. The little fire dragon Leo would often sleep beside the phoenix parasol tree, and Ainfin would crazily touch Leo's scales and indulge in self-indulgence. Although this was a phenomenon of big elves evolving, List still felt strange. He always felt that Ainfin had a heavier taste than the big P elf Ash who liked rope art. Suddenly, in the distance, another big elf flew over. It had a light green elite appearance, and there was a small sapling on its head with a red fruit on the sapling. This big elf stopped quietly in front of List and made a clear and melodious voice. "Chirp, List. Is it she in the lab?" "Yes, Nami. Go find her yourself." "Thank you, List." "Chirp." Nami flew into the castle from the balcony and went to play with the Chi. Just a few days ago, Nami finally cheered up from her depression and quickly grew bigger, successfully evolving into a mangrove big elf. She became the 5th big elf in the territory after the giant kelp big elf Parker, the P big elf Ash, the phoenix parasol big elf Ainfin, and the thorn big elf Ella. The 5 big elves surrounded List and won countless honors for him. However, the response was much smaller. When List's big elves were mentioned, all the subjects and nobles took it for granted. His Highness List is a dragon knight. Isn't it normal to have a few big elves? If the Fire Lord has a dragon elf, we can have a good chat. In fact, this was very unusual. But from the big nobles, such as the Oxdale Marquis, to the small street vendors, they all felt that it was normal. It had to be said that the light of the Dragon Knight identity was so strong that List couldn't make the headlines if he didn't do some dragon slaying. Wow! As soon as Nami flew into the aisle, she saw Ella, a big elf, patrolling the aisle with her hands on her hips. "Chirp, hello, Ella." Ella glanced at Nami arrogantly and didn't want to pay attention to her. Nami magically took out a small bag of purple jade powder, which was Ella's favorite kind of jade powder. "Chirp, Ella, this is for you." Ella wanted to remain arrogant, but looking at the jade powder, she couldn't resist her inner desire. She took the jade powder, sniffed it, and hung it on her waist. When she looked at Nami again, she nodded gently. "I like purple jade powder, remember." "Chirp." Nami remembers. "Well, give me purple jade powder next time." "Chirp." "Wow." For the sake of the purple jade powder, Ella reluctantly responded to Nami with a few words, then continued to put her hands on her waist and patrolled her territory. Chapter 805. When List arranged his idea of building a town and a mage tower, Achi and other mages were almost ready for the experiment materials needed. The twins Lucy and Ruth, who were controlling the magic platform in the laboratory, received a signal from the Discovery. At first, the magic platform signal was very chaotic, and it was impossible to decipher what message was sent over there, but after half an hour, the signal became clear. The first message he received was from Captain Gurnier Barkskin Buckler. "Your Highness, the Discovery has crashed. 56 people were killed, 16 are missing, and 28 survived. We fell into the maelstrom, but rushed out of a cave in a mountain waterfall. We are surrounded by virgin forests, and there is a World of Warcraft event, so we can't go out to explore. We can only stick to the camp and wait for help. There are still people alive on the Discovery. When List received the news, he couldn't believe it. The Maelstrom, which seemed to be a terrifying abyss, turned out to be a magic array that could be passed safely. However, one end of the magic array was a bit exciting. It turned out to be a cave and a mountain waterfall, which caused the Discovery to fall from a high altitude and killed more than half of the crew. Lucy replied to Gunil and tell them to wait patiently. I am cracking the Maelstrom channel and will go to rescue them at any time. Yes, Your Highness. Lucy quickly pressed the button of the magic compass and sent a message. Achi reminded, Brother, we should determine the coordinates of the Discovery immediately. List nodded. Well, Lucy, ask Gunil where they are. After a while, the magic platform received a response. His Highness will not abandon us. The night's glory favors us. The sextant has been broken, and it is impossible to determine the specific location, but according to the calculations of the two mages, we should be. The other side sent a string of nautical coordinates. It was a rough location. Achi just glanced at the string of data and had already calculated, Brother, if the good coordinates are not wrong, their position is about 7 or 8,000 kilometers south of Black Horse Island. Using the Maelstrom as a coordinate, it is about 10 degrees south and west, nearly 4,000 kilometers away in a straight line. A teleportation magic array directly teleported the Discovery to 4,000 kilometers away. Jay Cho and Fei Yuqing had to sing 4 songs of 1,000 miles away to reach such a distance. If 1 kilometer was equal to 2 miles, they would need to sing 8 songs. Lucy asked them if they have any adverse reactions. A moment later, the magic platform replied, there are no adverse reactions to their bodies, but some of the injured have yet to recover. Currently, the knights are circulating their battle chi well, and the magicians are able to cast spells freely. Their sleep is normal, their mental state is normal, and their consciousness is normal. Ask them if they saw the rocks, trees, and World of Warcraft that were thrown into the Maelstrom. Yes, but these things fell quite far away, and we were blocked by World of Warcraft, so we couldn't explore it. Ask them to describe the process of passing through the Great Whirlpool and describe the specific situation of the waterfall. After more than an hour of detailed questioning, List and Achi finally understood the situation of the Great Maelstrom Teleportation Array. It was indeed a safe teleportation channel. The only 2 dangers were that the whirlpool was extremely fast, and there was a risk of the boat breaking up. The second was that the moment the boat rushed out of the cave under the waterfall, it would be thrown high into the sky and then fall. As long as he could avoid these 2 dangers, the Great Maelstrom would be a safe and efficient teleportation array. Big Brother, we should send a batch of supplies and experimental materials to the survivors of the Discovery, including sextant and other equipment, and then let them cooperate with us over there. That's for sure. List nodded. But we might need a chi to personally go to the sea 7 or 8,000 kilometers away to see if there's an island there, or if it's a corner of the continent. Okay. The accidental contact with the Discovery turned the Great Maelstrom's research around a new peak. Although the research still needed to be followed up, it was no longer urgent. This was especially true for List, who was completely focused on the other side of the Great Maelstrom. According to Gurnier's description, it was a vast primeval forest, which meant that they were either on a large island or in a corner of the continent. In short, with a teleportation array like the Great Maelstrom, it was enough to offset the thousands of kilometers of voyage, so the development value was very high. The communication was still ongoing. Every hour, Gurnier would report on their situation. Achi had already set off for the unknown sea, while List began to arrange the supplies, preparing to throw them through the Great Maelstrom to the Discovery. All the supplies must be wrapped in rubber leaves, lined with cotton and hemp, and finally tied up with hemp rope. While instructing Isaiah, the administrative officer of Kelp City, to gather the supplies, List carefully reminded, also, the ship must be constantly reinforced. Don't be afraid of wasting materials. It's best to apply rubber water several times to ensure that the ship can withstand a huge impact, even a fall from a high altitude. Now that he was a baron, Isaiah had become more stable and capable. Please rest assured, Your Highness, Isaiah will strictly pack the supplies, reinforce the ship, and ensure that the possibility of damage is minimized at every stage. After arranging the tasks, the sky was already dark. List stood on the balcony, looking at the starry sky, waiting for the good news Chi would bring him. He was not worried about Chi's safety. Chi had already become a magic shooter, perfectly mastering water magic, and was proficient in ice magic. Her strength was enough to dominate the sea. Moreover, Chi could swim at a speed close to the speed of sound, which was more than 1,200 kilometers per hour. It was impossible for any creature to catch up with Chi in the sea, even if it was a water dragon. In fact, whether water dragons lived in the sea or not was just speculation. There were records of water dragons found in a large swamp on the mainland, far away from the sea. Black Horse Island was 7,000 or 8,000 kilometers away from the discovery. It would take Chi more than half a day to swim back and forth at full speed. However, Chi brought a magic platform with her. Before dawn the next day, Ruth, who was on night duty, was led by a servant to knock on List's bedroom door. Your Highness, Teacher Achilles, I'd sent a message. She has arrived at the coordinates of the discovery and found several huge islands, the largest of which is several times larger than Iron Hoof Island. Several times larger than Iron Hoof Island? List immediately got up, walked to the magic laboratory in his pajamas, and communicated with Chi. Chi introduced her findings. Because she could not locate the specific location of the discovery, she deliberately explored the nearby waters and had already explored more than 10 islands. The largest was several times larger than Iron Hoof Island, even larger than Blue Dragon Island. In addition, there were several large islands close to Iron Hoof Island. All right. Chapter 806. Chi returned to Black Horse Island with the discovery of the super-large archipelago. List was excited for a whole day. An island several times larger than Iron Hoof Island, even larger than Blue Dragon Island, could fully carry the weight of a country. Coupled with the surrounding large islands, this was simply a good location for the Country of Fire. According to Chi, the distance between the islands was very narrow, so the sailing time between each island would be greatly shortened, making it more suitable for habitation and development. The only drawback was that the archipelago was too far away from the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. According to Chi's accurate remeasurement, it was 7,000 kilometers away. Even if the Great Maelstrom Magic Transmission Array was opened in the future and ships could be navigated, it would only shorten the distance by more than 3,000 kilometers. Moreover, the Great Maelstrom Magic Transmission Array seemed to be a one-way transmission array. A round trip between the two countries would take at least 11,000 kilometers. With the current speed of the Palace sailing ship at 10 knots, it would take more than 50 days. If it was an ordinary sailing ship at 3 knots, it would take at least half a year. It was really troublesome to move the territory's industries. List did not have to worry about himself. He and Chi could sail the Flame at any time. At a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, 10,000 kilometers would only take 20 hours. Plus the rest time, it would be easy to go back and forth every 2 days. However, he could not use the Flame to help with the migration of the territory. The Flame would have to sail back and forth for several months to move all the industries. Maybe I can let the Thunder Tortoise act as a porter. The speed of the Thunder Tortoise was not fast, but it was much faster than the speed of the Palace sailing ship. The ordinary Dragon Tortoise on Dragon Turtle Island was not slow either. Once tamed, it would be nice to pull a ship. Unfortunately, the difficulty of taming a Dragon Tortoise to pull a ship was probably not much less than the difficulty of developing a steamship. In any case, despite the remote location and the difficulty of navigation, the discovery of the new archipelago was still great news. From now on, List could start preparing to move the territory and develop the new archipelago to prepare for the establishment of a country. Should I establish a Grand Duchy first? Or should I go directly to the kingdom? My old friend, the Invisible Dragon, hasn't come yet, so I'm not sure. What a happy worry. Liszt withdrew his unreliable divergent thoughts and finally fixed his eyes on the magic teleportation array. What I should do is to support a Qi in deciphering the magic teleportation array and strive to master the manufacturing method of the teleportation array so that we can directly build a teleportation array on Black Horse Island. The whirlpool on the sea could send the Discovery 4,000 kilometers away. This was the most efficient form of transportation. Once the magical teleportation circle was developed, Liszt would be able to realize his dream of ruling the seas around the legendary continent. Then, he would treat the legendary continent as his breeding ground and slowly hunt for prey. That was a good idea. However, the study of the teleportation magic array was not a simple matter. Looking at the great maelstrom's torrential weather, it was easy to understand that the teleportation formation was definitely not a simple door that could teleport someone to another door after pushing it open. Or perhaps it was a metal formation plate that could teleport someone thousands of miles away just by standing on it and waiting. However, no matter how difficult it was, Liszt had to study the teleportation magic array. This kind of magic was the cornerstone of his dreams. Give me the teleportation magic array. I have the confidence to change this world. Once upon a time, his dream was very simple. He wanted to eat his fill, ride a dragon, and live a carefree life. Later, when he rode a dragon, his dream became to shelter a country, inherit his bloodline, and then explore the wonderful world. Now, his dream has expanded again. Exploring the world is no longer difficult. Changing the world is the challenge. Contract the fairy dragon and become the eternal dragon lord. Open the teleportation magic array, collect all kinds of dragons, and rule the legendary continent. Integrate magic and Do Qi, and create a new era of technology and magic. Then, learn about this planet, and then go to the moon to have a look. If possible, I might be able to go on an interstellar trip. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After a fierce fantasy, he slowly gathered his thoughts, put aside these grandiose ideas, and returned to reality. Although opportunities continued to come one after another, it was undeniable that his current foundation was still very shallow, and it was very difficult to support two dragons. He still needed to work hard and move in the direction of building a country. The news of the discovery of the archipelago was temporarily blocked by Liszt. He did not want to expose his trump card before things were clear. At least, he had not taken advantage of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire yet. He had risked the danger of being slain to save the Sapphire family. If he did not scrape off a layer of the Sapphire family's skin, he would suffer a big loss. In short, he wanted money, materials, and technology from the Sapphire Grand Duke. Under his constant urging, the territory received technical support from the shipyard. Finally, a brand new three-masted cargo ship was launched. After sailing tests, it had met the requirements of various standards. After the new ship was launched and returned, Liszt heavily rewarded all the shipwrights in the shipyard. He personally named the cargo ship Expedition, which meant that the trade of the Flame territory would be carried out on expeditions to the major seas. It also meant that the prelude to the Great Voyage era was about to be started by him. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire had started the Great Voyage era, but it was still limited to a small area. Liszt's ambition could not be stopped even by the Devil's Sea. Traversing the four seas around the legendary continent, and then advancing to the Devil's Sea, from green water to blue water, this was the Great Voyage era. After the celebration of the launch of the new ship, Liszt rode on the back of the chocobo Loki and leisurely called out the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward: Hard Island's abnormality. Finally completed the mission. I should go to the Hard Island to investigate again. He suddenly felt a little tired. I have to go with a Qi. I feel that ever since a Qi became a magic shooter, I can't do anything without her. Other than the fact that she might be more quick-witted than I am, it is more because of her invincible speed in the sea. It saves time and improves efficiency. Without a Qi, Liszt did not know how long it would take for him to explore the sea. His country would be even more distant. Fortunately, he had a Qi. Although he had trained Chi to be a little less like a naive little siren, the intimacy between the two grew day by day. The corners of his mouth curled up. List used his hand to tidy up the pale blonde hair on his forehead that was blown by the wind. The 19-year-old boy's face was still a little immature, but his temperament was extremely noble. A red cloak, silver armor, and a colorful mount. He was the most dazzling light on Black Horse Island. Wherever he passed, whether it was an official, a knight, or a working commoner and serf, they all showed a sincere expression of admiration, bowed their heads, and saluted respectfully. He was used to this and was not touched. He was just concerned about the new smoke mission. Chapter 807. This chapter is Radish Gung 01. The reward for mining a light emerald mine is actually a broken jade. There is jade in this world, a kind of jade with a dark green color. Many elves like to eat the jade powder of jade, but a broken jade was obviously not enough to be a reward for a smoke mission. Even if smoke missions sometimes rewarded resources that were about to be obtained, it was not so cheap. So the broken jade is not ordinary jade. It's very likely. List's heart suddenly pounded. He wanted to suppress it, but couldn't suppress the wild thoughts in his mind. It's very likely a clue related to the Emerald Dragon. The Emerald Dragon, one of the 5 sacred dragons, represented the power of dreams. It was said that it could sneak into the dreams of any creature. List firmly believed in this, so the Emerald Dragon must be real. He had fantasized more than once about the different abilities of the sacred dragons. The invisible dragon was similar to a special gem dragon that could produce space gems. The smoke dragon controlled the power of fate and could change fate at any time. The fairy dragon probably had an eternal lifespan, and the dust dragon had the ability to change time. As for the Emerald Dragon's ability, List had thought about it a lot. There were roughly 2 directions to speculate. One was the dream world, which connected the dreams of all creatures. Just like the dream jade guarded by the green dragons in World of Warcraft, it was a reflection of the real world. The other was the power of the mind, which controlled the thoughts of creatures by entering dreams. Just like the legendary nightmare, it could trap people in nightmares and make them unable to struggle out. Broken Jade, Hard Island, Mind Fruit Tree, Mystical Dragon Mind Fruit. List rode the Chocobo Loki, calculating with his fingers like a fortune teller. I should have thought of it long ago. Even space gems can't stop such an incredible plant like the Mind Fruit Tree. It must have an extraordinary origin. The magic power of dragons had extreme properties and belonged to the unique class of supreme magic. Then ordinary items absolutely couldn't break the dominance of supreme magic. Only supreme magic of the same level could restrain each other. The Mind Fruit Tree was obviously a supreme magic product of the same level as space gems. The broken jade should refer to the remains of the Emerald Dragon. The Mind Fruit Tree grew on its remains, and the Mind Fruit Tree condensed the mystical Dragon Mind Fruit. Because it has the powerful spiritual power of the Emerald Dragon, the mystical Dragon Mind Fruit can bind the dragon's mind. Judging from the current clues, this was the most reasonable speculation. By the time List had finished thinking, he had already returned to Thorn's stronghold and found a Chi, who was drawing a nautical chart. A Chi, stop what you're doing and come with me to the Mind Island. Big brother, are you in a hurry to mine the Hard Island's gem mine? Achi was a little reluctant to leave. She had already been enchanted by the teleportation magic array. It's very urgent, because there might be clues about another dragon hidden on the Mind Island. Achi also liked dragons. After hearing the clues about dragons, she immediately put down the work in her hands. Is there a new dragon? That's great. Big brother can ride a new dragon again. Mages couldn't ride dragons, but everyone loved dragons. Moreover, dragons were excellent research materials for Chi. Back then, the dying Emerald Dragon Ethan had provided her with a lot of information to pry into the mysteries of magic. Until now, she would still ask List to lend Leo to her for research from time to time. On the way, Chi asked, Big brother, what kind of dragon is it? It's an Emerald Dragon. The Emerald Dragon that represents the Dreamland. She wasn't too surprised because she already knew about the invisible dragon and was mentally prepared for the holy dragon. It might just be the remains of the emerald dragon. Remains? Yes, even dragons can die, but I don't know why they didn't die in the legendary Valley of Dragons, but in this aquamarine sea. Liz was really curious about what happened to these powerful dragons. First, the smoke dragon was suspected to be dead, and its power was attached to him. Then, he encountered the suspected young, invisible dragon, but he didn't know if it was resurrected. Then, the little fire dragon, Leo, was born from the remains of the fire dragon. Now, there was the suspected remains of the emerald dragon. There were a total of 4 dragons in the aquamarine sea, including 3 holy dragons and 1 elemental dragon. There were really too many unknown secrets that puzzled people, so much so that List even wondered if the aquamarine sea was the legendary Valley of Dragons. But he felt that it was impossible. However, the fire dragon had died at least thousands of years ago. Even the dragon bones, which were almost indestructible, had decayed into mortal bones. In a trance, they had arrived at the Heart Island. Seeing the Heart Island from afar, List understood what was called the abnormality of the Heart Island. A layer of light green misty light appeared on the island. This was clearly the mist formed by the power of the light emerald mine and the free magic power in the air. The Sapphire Grand Duke had said to List that the gem mine would sometimes form a gem mist under special weather. I must mine it as soon as possible to prevent the Heart Island from being discovered by others. Such an abnormality could be seen from a distance, and it was extremely easy to be exposed. After a while, he landed on the Heart Island. List immediately took out the bone shovel and began to dig the place where the heart fruit tree had previously grown. After digging through a meter of soil layer, he gradually found that it was a rock layer. He chiseled the rock hard and found that the rock was wrapped in a visible light green crystal with clusters of light green light flickering. Looking closely, he could also see that there were fist-sized light emeralds inside some of the crystal stones. These raw stones had to be given to the crystal craftsman to slowly cut open so that the gemstones could be extracted without damaging the overall structure of the crystal. Let's just put the raw stones into the space ring and continue to dig. After digging through a 3-meter thick rock layer and digging out dozens of light green raw stones, he still did not find the broken jade that he had expected. However, he was not in a hurry. Although the Heart Island was the size of a palm, it was at least dozens of meters above sea level. The broken jade could be hidden in the rock layer that was dozens of meters thick. He dug from day to night, and after a short nap, he continued to dig from 3 meters to 10 meters. Even with the strong physique of the Dragon Knight, he was still very tired. More than a dozen bone shovels and bone chisels made of fire dragon bones were broken. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, he dug through the raw stone distribution layer of the light emerald mine. Then he pried open the layers of jade-like green shale and wiped off the gravel powder. Finally, there was a vivid and beautiful green underneath. They were both emerald green, but the emerald green of the shale was only jade grade, while this green was indescribably green. Chapter 808. This chapter is 100,000 years of salted fish. Digging, and smashing with a bone chisel. It was extremely difficult to excavate broken jade from the rock layer more than 10 meters below. It was necessary to constantly pry open the upper layer of rock and dig a large area. If List wasn't a Dragon Knight, he wouldn't have been able to do it within a month or 2. However, long-term practice of dragon combat made his physique very strong. Dragon breath tempered the body all the time. His strength was so great that he could kill a World of Warcraft with a single punch. Of course, the reason why he could excavate violently was that he found that the broken jade was terrifyingly hard. The bone chisel didn't even leave a trace on it. So he continued to chisel away layers of emerald green shale jade, revealing more and more jade. He worked continuously for a day. Finally, all the broken pieces of jade were unearthed. When the full appearance of a jade was revealed, List and Chi suddenly realized that it was a lifelike thigh, the hind leg of a dragon. It was an exquisite and magnificent dragon's hind leg carved out of jade, including the dragon claws and dragon scales, which were all exquisite and delicate. At the root of the dragon's hind leg, there was a large piece of dragon meat with a smooth incision at one end. It was as if it was directly cut in half by a sharp weapon. The dragon's hind leg was cut off. It was probably the dragon's hind leg of the emerald dragon. From the cross-section of the incision, it could be seen that there were emerald green traces of varying depths inside, which might represent dragon bones, dragon flesh, dragon blood vessels, dragon skin, and other tissues. List and Achi looked at each other. So, the cut marks on this emerald dragon's hind leg are likely to indicate that it died a violent death? Achi was very puzzled. But what weapon can cut open the body of a holy dragon? Brother has tested the hardness of the emerald dragon's remains, and it is very difficult to cause damage. It should have been stronger when it was alive, and it is even more impossible for it to suffer such a powerful injury. It's really strange. Not only was it strange, but it was also very frightening. The holy dragon, the legendary holy dragon, a broken limb was buried here. No one knew how many years had passed, but it was still lifelike. The clear cut clearly showed how sharp the weapon that chopped off its leg was and how powerful the owner of the weapon was. He cast Magic Eye. List observed the emerald dragon's hind leg from another angle. According to the size of the dragon's hind leg, it could basically be inferred that the emerald dragon was about 45 meters long when it was alive, and its wingspan was about 40 to 50 meters. Basically, it was the size of a light emerald dragon. The magic power on its hind legs wasn't colorful, but chaotic. However, judging from its energy level, it was definitely supreme magic. It was contained in every inch of the hind leg, and there was no trace of it leaking outwards. The magic power did not dissipate in the slightest, so it's hard to tell when it was chopped to death in the aquamarine sea. It should have been chopped to death. Its entire hind leg was chopped off, so it should not have survived. Then where did the rest of its corpse fall? Is it in the aquamarine sea? Countless thoughts lingered in List's mind. One of the biggest thoughts was the one that made him feel horrified. Who exactly killed the Emerald Dragon? Even the wreckage of the Fire Dragon on Black Horse Island may have fallen in the same battle. The adult Fire Dragon was also killed by the person who killed the Emerald Dragon. Of course, it was not necessarily done by humans, but it must be a highly intelligent creature to be able to make weapons. No, Achi, look at this incision. It's really smooth and flat, but it doesn't necessarily have to be done by a weapon. If it was the sharp claws of some creature, it may also cause such an incision. But to cut such a thick hind leg so smoothly, the claws of this creature are at least 20 meters long. How big is its body? The adult fire dragon's body length and wingspan could reach 100 meters, but its claws were at most 3 or 4 meters long. With claws of 20 meters long, wouldn't the creature's body be 600 or 700 meters long? Brother, maybe that creature's claws are particularly long. Achi advised, it's possible. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Let's take this emerald dragon's hind leg away first. It won't be too late to study it later. Then I'm going to organize a group of loyal knights to come in mine. By the way, I'm going to turn over the Heart Island completely to see if there are other remains of the Emerald Dragon. That night, Achi and List transported the Emerald Dragon's hind leg away. It was placed in the cabin of the new ship, the Flame No. 2, which was reserved for sailing trips. Then, the Flame No. 2 was anchored at the end of the sea canal below the Thorn Castle and kept in strict custody. Then, List quickly organized a group of Earth Knight to go to the Heart Island to dig the Light Emerald mine. These Knight had signed an agreement that after mining, they would take their families to settle on the new island as the first batch of new forces to develop the Flame Islands. That is, the newly discovered founding islands. When they finished mining, they would not return to Black Horse Island. However, these Knight could be promoted from civilian to a Lord Knight. When they set foot on the Flame Islands and built their first city, they could also be promoted to a Baron. After finishing the selection of Knight, List took the time to look at the smoke mission, Mission completed. The reward is the remains of the Emerald Dragon's hind leg. The light emerald mine was only the beginning, but the mission was already completed. It seemed that it was not mandatory to finish mining the ore. Mission: the Great Maelstrom has been verified to be a teleportation array. It is unknown whether it is the work of nature or the work of ancient magicians. However, it is of utmost importance to study it and make use of it. Please pass through the Great Maelstrom once. Reward: a profound understanding of the magic transmission array. I wanted to wait a little longer, but now it seems that the danger of the Maelstrom should not be too great. I can cross it directly with the strength of my Dragon Knight. It should be easy to cross the Maelstrom. Of course, it is best to send a Sky Knight to try to cross it once on a big ship. Therefore, he quickly gathered several Sky Knights and told them about the plan to cross the Maelstrom. He selectively told them that the Maelstrom was dangerous, but many Earth Knights, magicians, and even several trainee Knight sailors survived the crossing. The Sky Knight's survival pressure was not great. The choice is up to you. Now, except for Duarte, who is an Earl, the others are Viscounts. I will not be stingy with the rewards. The battle achievements of crossing the Maelstrom will be determined according to the battle achievements of Viscounts to be promoted to Earl. List casually threw out an Earl title. Anyway, the Flame Archipelago was large, and he did not care about giving out a little land. He was actually more worried that there were no nobles to develop the wasteland for him. Therefore, he was eager to promote the knight's title and mobilize the enthusiasm of his followers. The bait was thrown out. It could be promoted, but the danger could not be said to be too great. The Sky Knights struggled for a while, and finally, Klaus Buckthorn seized the opportunity. He was one of the 9 Sky Knights who surrendered in the Battle of the Sea. As an ordinary Sky Knight, his strength had already vaguely stepped into the level of a Sword Saint. He was only short of success and a title. Chapter 809. This chapter is a reward for Book Friend 16072310271261. He first sent the Earth Knights to the Heart Island to mine, then sent Cross Buckthorn to the Great Maelstrom. Accompanying him was a ketch that had been meticulously reinforced. There was a highly precise sextant, magic platform, and other equipment on the ship for positioning purposes. After arriving at the Great Maelstrom, Achi directly pushed the ketch into the Great Maelstrom. Cross hugged the mainmast as he stared nervously at the whirlpool well in the center of the Great Maelstrom. The ketch was surrounded by densely packed crystal searchlights to illuminate the surroundings. List rode the little fire dragon Leo as he circled above the whirlpool well. He aimed a pair of specially made binoculars at the inside of the well, waiting for the ketch to enter and illuminate the well, hoping to discover some new secrets. The ketch kept circling in the whirlpool, speeding up as it approached the center of the whirlpool. Achi stepped on a shell and was lifted up by the waterspout at the edge of the Great Maelstrom. The waterspout could not go deeper into the whirlpool as the turbulent water and chaotic magic could easily mince the waterspout. He activated the Eye of Magic and observed the changes in the Great Maelstrom. About half an hour later, the ketch finally fell into the whirlpool well in the center of the Great Maelstrom. List carefully used the binoculars to stare at the deep well. He saw that the ketch's crystal searchlights were indeed illuminating the inside of the well, but the inner wall was still just a high-speed flow of water. Until the next moment, the ketch suddenly passed through a hazy mist, and then the ketch quickly disappeared into the mist, the lights extinguished. The Great Maelstrom returned to its usual calm state. It was as if nothing had happened. List put away the binoculars and steered Leo back to the deck of the Flame. Achi followed behind and quickly entered the cabin. In the cabin, Kenley and a few other great magicians were anxiously guarding the magic platform and continuously communicating with Captain Gunnier Barkround's shield. Report the results of the communication. List walked in and directly ordered. Kenley personally controlled the magic platform and replied without raising her head. The Discovery's magic platform is reporting that everything is normal. No new ship has appeared. 10 minutes later, New information finally came from the magic platform. Your Highness, we discovered a ship flying out of the cave under the waterfall and landed in the forest not far away. A sky knight is flying towards us. It should be Viscount Claus. A few minutes later, the magic platform continued to report. It's indeed Viscount Claus. Viscount Claus' body is in good condition, and he said that the trip to the Great Maelstrom this time was smooth. After entering the Great Maelstrom, the light from the crystal searchlight was extinguished, but there were countless traces of light that resembled spiderwebs or lightning in the surroundings. Explain in detail. Viscount Claus hugged the mast and couldn't move, but he felt the ship being enveloped by a huge force and thrown out. After about 5 minutes, it finally passed through the dense lightning spiderwebs and appeared at the entrance of the waterfall cave. The light of the crystal searchlight was restored. It means the feeling of passing through the Great Maelstrom. My body feels fine, and there are no abnormalities. However, Viscount Claus remembers that he didn't breathe during the transmigration process. Perhaps even his heart didn't beat. It was as though everything was paused. Only the ship was enveloped by some kind of power and flew along the winding sea route. It was flying and not sailing, which meant that there was actually no water in the passage. The waterfall was normal, but the ship was flying. This meant that although the passage was in the waterfall cave, it had nothing to do with the waterfall. After asking all the questions, List gestured for Kenley to send a message. Prepare to welcome me. I will personally pass through the Great Maelstrom and head to your location. Your Highness, it's very dangerous to pass through the Great Maelstrom without more experimental data. Your safety is not something that anyone can compare to, Kenley advised. Her magical research career in the fire territory was very good, and she didn't want it to be affected by List's accident. But she did not say anything and only shot him a worried gaze. Everything was said without words. List smiled and responded with a reassuring gaze. He then said in a carefree manner, I've already made up my mind. There's no need to delay this trip. It's just a teleportation formation. As a son of glory and a knight, there's nothing to fear. Actually, it was the power of fate that gave him great confidence. The smoke mission allowed him to pass through, which meant that the power of fate had long enveloped the teleportation formation. In short, it could be arranged. Ichi stood at the edge of the Great Maelstrom. List leaped onto Leo's dragon tooth platform and waved at Ichi. The next moment, he quickly activated Dragon Knight Resonance and entered Dragon Knight mode. Then, he operated the Dragon Eye orbit, allowing the magic structure of the world to clearly appear in his vision. Roar! Leo let out an excited roar. His mind was in sync with List's, and his inner world was also filled with the courage and passion for adventure. He flapped his wings and flew, his dragon warrior aura running as one. Cutting through the sky above the sea, he flew straight to the center of the distant Great Maelstrom. Looking at the pitch-black Great Maelstrom, List couldn't help but shout for himself and Leo, Forward, Leo! Let's conquer the Great Maelstrom together. Roar! Leo closed his wings and plunged into the Great Maelstrom. At first, the Great Maelstrom was just an ordinary Great Maelstrom with water, roars, and falling gravity. In the Dragon Eye orbit were countless messy yet orderly magic lines, outlining every part of the structure of the Great Maelstrom. However, after a second of falling, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, his and Leo's figures sank into the hazy water vapor of the Great Maelstrom. Or rather, he had left the Great Maelstrom on the sea and entered another unknown space. A powerful stagnant force instantly enveloped him and Leo, making it difficult for him to move. But just like Crosby, Buckthorn, and the others, he and Leo could barely move. But there was also a huge repulsive force, which was the throwing force that Claus had mentioned, pushing him and Leo forward, making it impossible for them to stop in this space. After the Dragon Eye orbit adapted to the strong light, it could gradually see the magic structure inside the space. The densely packed threads outlined a wormhole-like space. The magic here did not belong to any of the attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, ice, or darkness. But it gave List a familiar feeling. Is this the magic that represents spatial power? His mind was clear, and the dragon warrior aura in his body was operating normally. I use the space gem left behind by the invisible dragon every day. It gives me this feeling, a hard and ethereal feeling of nothingness and reality. Suddenly, he found that behind the spatial magic, there was a huge net. This net only revealed the tip of the iceberg, and the rest was hidden in the depths of the unknown space. But List quickly sensed that this net was the source of Achi's magic, the magic net. The great maelstrom opened the magic transmission array, and the wormhole space outlined by it seemed to have pierced a hole in the magic net, and then threaded a tube through it, trying its best to maintain the magic net's pressure on the wormhole space. The magic net seemed to want to devour the wormhole space, and the spatial magic power maintained the wormhole space. Movement and stillness reached a very rhythmic balance. Rumble. Before List could continue observing, his vision suddenly changed. He had already rushed out of the wormhole space and arrived inside a mountain. Above him was a roaring waterfall, and below him was a rock cliff. Or rather, had actually flown out of the wormhole space upside down. Maneuver, turn around, flap my wings, and fly. Humans and dragons were connected, and Leo quickly twisted his body to maintain his balance. When the repulsive force behind him disappeared, Leo suddenly flapped his wings and flew again. Everything he saw. This was a brand new world with endless wild forests, moist air filled with a primitive aura, and the towering mountain behind him that was 1,000 meters tall. Flame Archipelago, Future Nation. Chapter 810. This island was indeed infinitely huge. List rode Leo thousands of meters into the sky, but he still could not see the borders of the island. It was as if the forest was endless and the land had no boundaries. The bigger, the better. List was in a good mood and could not help but want to sing. However, he did not sing in the end because he could not find a suitable song. Thus, he plunged into the forest. Soon, he found the crash site of the Discovery and the new sailboat. It was very obvious in the forest, and a large number of trees were smashed down, leaving behind large pieces of wreckage. When the fire dragon was about to hit the ground, Leo suddenly spread his wings. He stirred up air currents and stabilized his body. He steadily hovered less than a few meters from the ground and slowly landed. He let out an excited roar. Roar! Traversing the great whirlpool this time was a novel experience for him. Touching Leo's scales, List flipped over and jumped down. At this moment, Cross Buckthorn, Gunnier Barkround Shield, and the others rushed over. They all bowed to List. "Your Highness." List nodded at Cross. "Very good, Cross. You've shown me your bravery. From today onwards, I'll promote you to Earl. As for your fief and title, we'll discuss it after the nation is established. Thank you for the honor, Your Highness. Cross is willing to charge forward for Your Highness." Cross knelt on one knee. List pulled out the Ice Soul Dragon, slaying sword, and tapped on his shoulders twice with the tip of the sword, completing the simple conferment ceremony. But to Cross, this was not a simple conferment. It was a crucial step for him to go from a small noble to a major noble. From now on, what he needed to do was to strengthen the Buckthorn family. He ignored Cross's excitement. List then looked at Gunnier. "Captain Gunnier, your performance has impressed me. Although you fell into the great whirlpool due to carelessness and most of the crew died, there are always dangers on a voyage. The fact that you were able to discover the great whirlpool and come to this island is the guidance of the night's glory." Gunnier knelt on the ground, feeling inexplicably excited. List smiled and said directly, "From today onwards, I will promote you to a Viscount. The fief and title will be discussed after the founding of the country. Thank you, Your Highness, for the honor bestowed upon me. I, Gunniel, pledge my life to Your Highness and charge into battle for Your Highness." List looked at the remaining crew members of the Discovery. Apart from Captain Gurnier, Glanny, and the other two magicians, there were 25 other people. Among them, there were 7 Earth Knight who had been conferred the title of Lord Knight after the last battle at the sea. There were 13 Knight who did not have a title, and 5 civilian sailors. Fellow Knight, you've contributed to the discovery of the Great Maelstrom and the new island. A Lord Knight will be promoted to a Baron. A Knight without a title and a civilian sailor will be conferred the title of a Lord Knight. The conferment order was issued. More than 20 Knight and sailors all knelt on the ground, excitedly expressing their determination to charge for Sir Lord. Then, List's gaze fell on the 2 magicians. He only knew one of them, Glanny Truth. This was the first magician he had interacted with. Although he was a little stubborn, his skills in making magical equipment were very strong. He had contributed a lot to the restoration of the Discovery's Magic Foundation. As for the rewards for both of you, it will be discussed and decided by the Guild of Magic in the future. The Guild of Magic's management of the magicians was the authority he had given to Chi, Chris, Kinley, and the others. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to directly reward them. He let Glanny and the other magician continue to control the Magic Foundation and maintain contact with the flame near the Great Maelstrom. List did not stay in the simple camp for long. He ordered everyone to quickly use the sextant to determine the position, and he rode Leo back to the mountain with the waterfall. It was a lonely mountain. Although it was shrouded in lush trees, one could vaguely tell from its appearance that it was a broken mountain range. The broken side formed a cliff that was not too steep. The large waterfall rushed down from this cliff. The source of the waterfall was near the top of the mountain. It was a pitch-black cave. The mouth of the cave was wide, at least 100 meters wide. List quickly flew near the mouth of the cave. His dragon eye orbit constantly sized up the cave, but he did not see any complicated magic lines. It seemed to be just ordinary mountains and rivers. He and Leo carefully flew into the cave, already prepared to rush into the teleportation magic matrix again. However, after flying almost 50 meters in, they still did not hit the teleportation magic matrix. Something's wrong. After I rushed out of the wormhole, I felt that I was near the mouth of the cave. It can't be 50 meters deep. Could it be that the wormhole is in another space and cannot be reached from the cave? Seeing that they had reached the narrowest part of the cave and could no longer enter, List could only make such a guess. He then returned the way he came. He let Leo stop on a huge protruding rock by the side of the waterfall. He looked at the huge flowing water and kept thinking about the entire Great Maelstrom teleportation magic matrix. Unknowingly, a smoke serpentine appeared before his eyes. Mission completed. Reward: a deeper understanding of the teleportation magic matrix. Mission completed. Then the smoke changed, forming a new smoke serpentine. Mission: in the Flame Archipelago, a new country will rise from here. As the future monarch, you need to have a clear understanding of the Flame Archipelago. Why not map the approximate island distribution and sea area of the Flame Archipelago for overall planning? Reward: an old friend lost. Without a doubt. At this time, List already had a deep understanding of the teleportation magic matrix. However, he was still confused about the theoretical basis and the operating principle of magic power. He could only wait for Chi to arrive, then communicate all his findings with her and use her to study it. After coming back to his senses, he looked at the new smoke mission. Mapping the Flame Archipelago, this was the meaning of the title. However, the reward made him happy. Sure enough, when I miss my old friend will naturally be driven by fate to come closer. But this year's mission reward is no longer old friend wandering, but old friend lost. Could it be that the invisible dragon is lost? After thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. The 2 times he came into contact with the invisible dragon, it was attracted by the smell of smoke grass. The second time, the invisible dragon wandered for a long time before coming to Black Horse Island. This showed that it knew that there was smoke grass here, but it forgot where Flower Town was. In the end, it was only after List set up the dishes and served them that it came late. Maybe this guy has no sense of direction. However, my old friend has the power to represent space. Could it be related to the teleportation magic matrix? There were too few clues to judge. However, there was no hurry. He could slowly map the Flame Archipelago. Sooner or later, his old friend would be led by the nose by the power of fate and fly to him. He stretched his body, feeling the surging power in his body, and was full of expectations for the future. Chapter 8:11. They left the waterfall cave. When List rode Leo, he had already thought of the name of this mountain. Vortex Mountain, Vortex Cave in Vortex Mountain, and Vortex Waterfall outside the Vortex Cave. Below the waterfall was a whirlpool, and the water from the whirlpool flowed into a whirlpool stream. The stream grew into a whirlpool river. List searched along the whirlpool river from the air and finally found a flat valley. He named it Tinder Plains. Tinder Plains was only 1 kilometer away from where Discovery had crashed. Claus, Ginnel, from now on, move your camp immediately and build a new base in Tinder Plains. From now on, we'll use Tinder Plains as our base and slowly explore this unknown land. Soon, once the magic teleportation array becomes the main transportation route, this place will soon become a new city. List had also thought of a name for the city, Tinder City. This was the starting point of the Nation of Fire, where the first flame rose. There was firewood everywhere, and once a fire was ignited, it was destined to be unextinguished. As you wish, Your Highness. Claus Seabuckthorn immediately led the team and started cutting down trees to open a path to Tinder Plains. With the fire dragon's dragon aura, all the World of Warcraft monsters were scared away. There shouldn't be any threats within a 10-kilometer radius for a while, so they could work in peace. However, after a while, List felt that their efficiency was too low. Get out of the way. After ordering everyone to retreat, he used the Dragonheart code to communicate with Leo, who was basking in the sun. Come here and spit fire to open a path. Potions. Leo raised his eyelids and started extorting. It seemed that he had to get rid of his evil thoughts again. List reluctantly agreed to Leo's extortion, so the little fire dragon immediately got up from Dosen and spit dragon breath according to List's instructions. The dragon breath was more than 3,000 degrees, and it directly vaporized the trees. When it flew past the forest, a scorched road about 7 meters wide was immediately exposed. Then it burned the entire Tinder Plains with dragon breath to make it easier to build a camp here. Of course, List had used the Dragon Eye Trail to investigate before. There were no potions or elves in this area. He didn't feel bad about burning them down, and he wasn't afraid of forest fires either. Wherever Leo went, he would absorb all the flames into his body. None of the flames could spread under his control. Fire dragons represented the power of fire, and controlling flames was an innate talent. Just as he finished the construction of the camp, Glanny, who was controlling the magic platform, reported, Your Highness, the Great Achilles Ides is preparing to personally pass through the Great Maelstrom teleportation array. I understand. Tell her not to worry about crossing over. I'll be waiting for her at the entrance of the vortex. The Great Maelstrom posed a great threat to ordinary people, but it wasn't too much of a threat to the strong. Basically, they wouldn't die as long as they didn't get strangled by the Maelstrom or fall to their deaths. As long as a Chi activated the water wave shield, it would be equivalent to activating the unbreakable diamond body. She would definitely not fall to her death. As for being strangled by the whirlpool, that was even more impossible. She was a spirit of the sea and was born with the ability to control water. So after all the preparations were done, the magic platform quickly sent a message. A Chi had already stepped on the shell and rushed towards the Great Maelstrom. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, List suddenly saw a cocoon-shaped ball of light flashing out from the entrance of the vortex. In the vision of the dragon's eye, traces of the magic net appeared out of thin air, as well as a crack on the magic net. That was the place where the teleportation array was torn on the magic net. Just as he was about to rush over to catch the cocoon-shaped ball of light and hug a Chi, the waterfall suddenly rose into a waterspout, surrounding the cocoon-shaped ball of light. The water stretched taut, and the cocoon-shaped ball of light was forcibly pulled back from the entrance of the hole. Then, the cocoon-shaped ball of light dissipated. A chi stood steadily on the shell, and the shell floated steadily on the waterspout. A happy smile appeared on the cute face of the little siren. Brother, a chi has successfully crossed the teleportation array. Oh, very good. List rode Leo to fly over, took a chi from the waterspout, sat in his arms, and then flew into the sky. I'll take you to see this beautiful new world first, and at the same time, we'll exchange our knowledge of crossing the teleportation array. A chi's body was petite under the mage's cloak, and her weight was also very light, which made List easily think of the idiom weak and boneless. But who would have thought that this body contained such destructive magical power? The two rode a dragon together, circling around the Maelstrom Mountain, admiring the great mountains and rivers. At the same time, they were constantly exploring the connection between the magic net and the teleportation array. Achi's magic eyes did not see the void magic net wrapped around the wormhole space. But as a magic shooter, she could clearly feel the existence of the magic net. After List's continuous narration, her knowledge of the teleportation array was also constantly improving. Brother, if Achi has not calculated wrongly, I have roughly understood the principle of the formation of the teleportation array. In fact, the principle is essentially the same as the space ring in my hand. She raised her slender fingers, on which was the space ring that List had given her. I also found that the feeling between the two is similar, but I did not find the same essence. I feel that the gem space is an independent space, but the teleportation array is an existence that traverses the magic net. Because the gem space belongs to the magnification of a single node, it itself is integrated into the magic net and is regarded as a part of itself by the magic net. The teleportation array, on the other hand, connects the two nodes together, tearing the stability of the magic net field, and is constantly oppressed by the magic net. List had a headache listening to the principles, and he was more concerned about the results. So to achieve the teleportation array, is it difficult to operate in practice? Very difficult. Really, how difficult is it? First of all, you have to find a relatively weak place in the magic net, so that it is convenient to tear the magic net and connect the nodes. Secondly, you have to have a strong enough magic array to maintain the node connection. Finally, you have to stabilize the node connection and open up a channel, which is even more difficult. As Achi spoke, she took a deep breath. Her chest, which was originally covered by the magic cloak, also straightened up. Although there are no traces of human activity, Achi still believes that this magic array is the work of the ancient magic shooters. At least they discovered and expanded the teleportation array into the present one. Is it the work of the ancient magic shooters? So, this island is very likely to have been visited by humans? Yes. The teleportation array, the ancient magic shooters, the shrinking of the magic net. Invisible dragon, fire dragon, emerald dragon, soul fruit of the enchanting dragon. Smoke dragon, the sky shipwreck of the sun's child, and the weapon or claw that cut off the emerald dragon's hind leg. List connected these seemingly jumbled clues together, and suddenly felt that the only reason for the combination of these powerful factors had appeared. War. Perhaps in ancient times, perhaps in the late Moon Empire, a great war had unfolded in the sky above the azure sea. The dragon roared and fell on the sea. The bright light of magic pierced the magic net to form the teleportation array, and the smoke dragon, who controlled the power of fate, could not escape death. Only a little seed of fate escaped, slowly waiting to germinate. Until one day, it grew up with a little boy, but did not expect to be carried forward in the hands of another transmigrator. Chapter 8:12. This chapter is My Horse Feeds the Sheep. With the accurate positioning of the sextant, Achi easily drew a simple topographic map of the Flame Archipelago on the notebook. The Flame Archipelago was not the kind of archipelago where the islands were very scattered and did not cover a large area of the sea. It looked like the fragmented oracle bone inscriptions preserved in museums. A complete tortoise shell was broken into many pieces and then pieced together. Of course, List preferred to call it a fragmented shell. The grade of the tortoise shell was too low, but the grade of the shell was immediately raised. This shell was also like an oval leaf, pointed at both ends and round in the middle, with a northeast-southwest orientation. There were 3 large islands in the northeast corner. According to Achi's description, each of them was close to the area of the Iron Hoof Island. In the middle was the huge Flame Island, and the Whirlpool Mountain was in the eastern center of the Flame Island. In the southwest corner, there were 4 large islands forming the edge of the shell, and together with the Flame Island, they formed an inland sea. Of course, this was only a rough map. Many areas were inferred by Chi and had not been carefully positioned. The area of the islands and the area of the sea had also not been calculated. To complete the smoke mission of mapping the map, it would take a long time to find the lost invisible dragon. In short, the archipelago was called the Flame Archipelago, and the surrounding sea could not continue to be called the Azure Wave Sea, so List simply gave the name Shell Sea. All the offshore sea areas ruled by the future Flame Country were called Shell Sea. Brother, the Whirlpool Mountain is located in the depths of the inland of the Flame Island. Whether it is to the north, south, or east, it is more than 500 kilometers away. Achi was very good at mathematics. She had mastered the 4 operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division that List taught her, as well as elementary knowledge such as square root. However, List had completely forgotten the higher mathematical knowledge. He might not even be able to solve a quadratic equation, let alone functions such as cosine, sine, and power. However, he remembered a lot of formulas to find the area. A rectangle was length multiplied by width, a parallelogram was height multiplied by base, a triangle was height multiplied by base and then reduced by half. A trapezoid area was height multiplied by upper and lower sides and then reduced by half, and a circle area was pi multiplied by radius squared. Besides, there were also some abstract image areas that needed to be cut to make them approximate rectangles, triangles, and so on. Or he could draw grid lines, calculate the area that the image occupied on the grid, and then add them together. When he gave these formulas to Achi, she immediately carried them forward and developed them into an important tool for studying magic circles, astronomy, and geography. Therefore, it was easy for Achi to calculate the distance from the Whirlpool Mountain to the seaside and concluded that each route would not be less than 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers is still acceptable. If Leo flies at full speed, he can reach the seaside in about 3 to 4 hours, List calculated with his fingers and said. However, it was rare for List to come to the Flame Archipelago, so he didn't plan to go back just like that. He wanted to map out the area of the Flame Archipelago first. Completing the smoke mission was more important. This matter was related to the whereabouts of his old friend, the Invisible Dragon. He always carried the smoke grass feast with him, waiting for the Invisible Dragon to attend the feast and eat the enchanting dragon soul fruit in passing. Leo landed on the ground and chewed the magic potion and auxiliary medicine that List stuffed into his mouth, feeling contented. List outlined his idea of building Inferno City to Achi. The city must be built, and the great Maelstrom magic transmission formation must be developed. The current problem is that it is very dangerous to enter and exit the great Maelstrom, and many fragile materials cannot be kept intact. We can set up a water curtain magic formation at the entrance of the Great Maelstrom and use the water curtain to slow down the ships passing through the Great Maelstrom. But even if the ships slow down, they will still fall down the mountain. Achi pondered seriously. I heard my brother tell me the story of opening a canal between 2 seas. The height of the sea is different, and water can be released and injected through different valves to realize navigation. The canal story she was talking about was actually the Panama Canal that List had casually mentioned in his spare time. However, List obviously remembered wrong. The sea surface of the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean were the same. However, the Panama Canal could not be excavated directly due to the geological influence. That was why the Panama Canal relied on the drop of the river to first raise and then lower allowing ships to pass through smoothly. The Three Gorges Dam in China also used this type of sluice canal, and the earliest sluice canal in the world was the Spirit Canal in ancient China. Liszt, who still did not know that he was talking nonsense, nodded and said, "Yes, that canal uses sluices to release and inject water to complete the staircase navigation. So, you're saying that we should build this kind of canal in the Great Maelstrom Mountain?" I'm afraid not. It is impossible to build a canal with a drop of 3,000 meters. But magic can. A Qi can design a water column magic formation that can raise and lower the water column. Starting from the entrance of the Great Maelstrom Mountain, we can use about 30 water columns that have a vertical drop of 100 meters to complete navigation. Even so, I'm afraid the resources will be astronomical. When a Qi has mastered the ice element, we can study the changes of the earth element. By then, we can use earth magic to completely transform the mountain and reduce the resource consumption. A Qi said ambitiously. She had read the magic books that Kinley Truth brought from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, which recorded a few magic masterpieces from the era of the Moon Empire. It was said that there was a sky canal that went from the capital of the Moon Empire to the western border. It was supported by a magic formation. However, the Sky Canal had long been lost in the long river of history. Many magicians had tried to find the remains of the Sky Canal, but they had not found it yet. Therefore, a Qi hoped to design a small inferior version of the Sky Canal for the Great Maelstrom Mountain. She was also a magic shooter. If the ancient magic shooters could do it, why couldn't the modern magic shooters? The magic books that she had read about the ancient Moon Empire were all wild and unconstrained, which made her feel very emotional. For a magician, there were only things that could not be imagined and nothing that could not be done. Unfortunately, the golden age of the magic civilization was long gone. Liszt, however, was not so optimistic. With the decline of the magic net, it was difficult for the magic formation to absorb magic power from the net. It needed all kinds of precious magic materials to set it up. The resources needed were definitely astronomical. Now that he was struggling to raise 2 dragons, he wished that he could get several development orders a year. It was a little unrealistic to spend resources to build a canal. However, he was not in the mood to ignore Qi. Then wait for you to complete the Earth elemental incarnation switch as soon as possible. Then we can develop the magic portal of the Great Maelstrom. Now think of a way to use the Great Maelstrom to transport resources and develop this huge archipelago as soon as possible. A Qi was not a person who was too ambitious. Brother, can we build many ships like the Flame, carefully reinforce them, accumulate resources and population, and then send them to the Great Maelstrom? A Qi would cross first, use magic to catch the ship at the entrance of the Great Maelstrom, and then put it aside to unload? You mean to use the Flame as a disposable transportation tool? Yes. It's still a bit extravagant, but compared to transporting resources across the sea, it's really convenient, but it will often trouble you and me. Hee, it's good that you don't feel tired. A Qi is looking forward to crossing the Great Maelstrom again and studying the magic transmission array. Maybe it won't be long before a Qi can lay a new magic array herself and set up a transmission array from Black Horse Island to Flame Island. Chapter 813. Liszt did not participate in the construction of the Tinder Plains. He and a Qi studied the vortex hole for an entire day, but there were no abnormalities here before the transmigration. Even when a Qi released super magic to communicate with the magic net, there was no wormhole space that tore the magic net apart, even though the magic net appeared. A Qi gave a relatively reasonable explanation. The magic net could not be deduced with common sense, and there was no such thing as physical distance. Liszt concluded, if the world he was in could be described as three-dimensional, then the magic net was an existence that surpassed three-dimensional. Just like how two-dimensional could not explain three-dimensional, three-dimensional could not explain the existence above three-dimensional. Therefore, the magic net that a Qi communicated with and a magic net that the teleportation formation tore apart were only a part of the magic net, and not the whole of the magic net. In short, it was such a mysterious logic. We have to pass through the vortex many times and figure out every detail of the teleportation formation bit by bit, Ichi said. Then let's go and map the Flame Archipelago. After instructing Claus and the rest to continue the construction of the Tinder Plains, List rode on the little fire dragon Leo and flew north with Ichi in his arms. The Vortex Mountain was deep in the eastern part of Flame Island. Because the island was irregular, it was more than 500 kilometers away from the northern coast. They started flying in the afternoon, maintaining an altitude of more than 1,000 meters along the way while observing the terrain of Flame Island. From the flight path, Flame Island had undulating mountains and varied terrain. They also saw a few volcanoes emitting white smoke. However, Leo flew overexcitedly, only to find that these volcanoes were dormant. There was no exposed magma for him to enter and absorb volcano supreme magic. Furthermore, List also used the Dragon Eye path to observe the signs of magic below. He found that there were many lights of mana retroaction. There were World of Warcraft, potions, and even elves. However, he only remembered the locations of the lights and did not descend to collect them. Anyway, Flame Island was his territory and everything was his. He could come and collect them whenever he wanted. Only the surrounding islands were land that he was prepared to give away. These large islands that were close to Ironhoof Island were enough to confer a dozen marquises. Furthermore, Ichi had only circled around the Flame Archipelago and had not searched further out. He did not know if there were any new islands. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter. The second archipelago, the one he had just named the Maelstrom Archipelago, could easily confer 2 or 3 more marquises to him. With the Great Maelstrom's teleportation array, communication would be quite tight. In the evening, arriving at the coast, Leo returned to his body, and Ichi began to act as the pilot. Riding on the shell and the water spout, he was like a flickering light that streaked across the sea. This time, she swam along the coastline. Every time she swam a certain distance, she would take out the sextant to measure her position, record the specific location of each direction in the notebook, and finally connect these directions into a line. This line will outline the outline and area of Flame Island. Surveying and mapping was a little time-consuming, especially since the weather on Blazing Island seemed to be very changeable. It was still sunny here, but it was already raining there, so it was not good to use the sextant to calculate the position directly. He could only use other methods to ponder over it bit by bit, or wait for the weather to clear up before making the calculations. Luckily, they had sunk into the tedious task of mapping the map, and the magic platform communication was able to facilitate List's plans for the production and construction of his territory. Cross Buckthorn and the others were constantly building the Infernal Plains camp on Flame Island, while Kinley Truth and the others were constantly building the Whirlpool Town camp on Whirlpool Island. The expedition fleet led by Yevich had already set off with 2 other expedition fleets to the Flame Islands, ready to explore the surrounding waters with the Flame Islands as the center, reducing Ichi's mapping work. On the Hard Island, the night was still hard at work mining. On the Ironhoof City side, serfs were constantly purchased through the Marquis of Oxdale, and after training, they were sent to Black Horse Island. The officials of Black Horse Island, in accordance with List's instructions in the magic platform communication, continued to build large frame ships like the Flame and prepared various materials, which were sealed with thorny wood and rubber water. If it was not to prevent the materials from being crushed by the whirlpool, some broken ships could be used to transport them. Anyway, Ichi would catch these large ships at the entrance of the whirlpool with a water spout. The role of archmages in large projects was much stronger than that of the Dragon Knight, who could only charge and fight. Perhaps this was the reason why the Moon Empire was able to develop a brilliant civilization. Now, after the Knight ruled the world, it had become an ignorant, backward, half-slave and half-feudal system. Unfortunately, it was difficult for Ichi to maintain so much workload by herself, and she could not take care of both sides. She could protect the exit of the whirlpool but she could not stabilize the entrance of the whirlpool. The powerful strangulation force of the whirlpool was very strong. It was difficult for ordinary boxes and ships to resist, so they could only be constantly reinforced. After all, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, which lacked iron, built all wooden ships. A week passed in the blink of an eye. A chief finally completed all the maps of the islands around the Flame Islands. The results were gratifying, especially the area of the Flame Islands, which made it difficult for List to calm down for a long time. It was a huge amount of 3 million square kilometers, nearly one-third the area of China. The largest island on Earth was Greenland, with an area of 16 million square kilometers, and the Flame Island was one-third larger than it. In addition, there were 8 large islands with an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, including 3 in the northeast corner of the archipelago and 4 in the Southwest Sea. The last one was discovered by the exploration team. About 1,000 kilometers away in the Southeast Sea of the archipelago, there were countless islands with an area of less than 100,000 square kilometers. During this week, Achi was busy mapping and List was on the side, naming the islands. The big islands under the jurisdiction of the Flame Islands were. The map had been uploaded to White's public account, which could be found by searching for by Yuhan. After following, some writing materials would be released from time to time. The first big island, the Flame Island, was located in the center of the archipelago, with an area of 3 million square kilometers. The second big island, the Tulip Island, was located in the south of the archipelago and was one of the 4 big islands in the southwest, with an area of 450,000 square kilometers. List had decided to infect this island to the Tulip family, just like how the first Sapphire Grand Duke infected the Iron Hoof Island with an area of 300,000 square kilometers to the Bull family. The third big island, the Algae Island, was located in the northeast of the archipelago and was one of the 3 big islands in the northeast, with an area of 280,000 square kilometers. The fourth big island, the Jingji Island, was located in the southwest of the archipelago and was one of the 4 big islands in the southwest, with an area of 270,000 square kilometers. The fifth big island, the Mangrove Island, was located in the northeast of the archipelago and was one of the 3 big islands in the northeast, with an area of 230,000 square kilometers. The sixth big island, the Jewel Island, was located in the west of the archipelago and was one of the 4 big islands in the southwest, with an area of 220,000 square kilometers. The seventh big island, the Wudong Island, was located in the northeast of the archipelago and was one of the 3 big islands in the northeast, with an area of 170,000 square kilometers. The 8th big island, the P Island, was located in the southwest of the archipelago and was one of the 4 big islands in the southwest, with an area of 150,000 square kilometers. The 9th big island, the Anchor Island, was located in the depths of the Southeast Sea of the archipelago and was connected by a string of small islands, like an anchor thrown out by a big ship, hence the name, with an area of 100,000 square kilometers. The total area of the 9 big islands was 487 million square kilometers. Together with other large and small islands, the total area was more than 3 million square kilometers. If the Whirlpool Islands, the Midway Island, the First Island, the Dragon Turtle Island, the 3 islands, and other islands were included, the total area was more than 5 million square kilometers. The total area of all the islands in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire added up was only about 2 million square kilometers. With such an area, if there are a lot of mines on the island and a few more resource dragons are raised, it will be enough to be self-sufficient, and there will be no need to issue a development order every year like Sapphire. In fact, as long as I ride the invisible dragon, together with the light green gem dragon that has recovered, I will be able to be self-sufficient in a few years. Thinking of this, he summoned the smoke mission. Chapter 814. The invisible dragon was an old friend. It really got lost, otherwise it would have waited until the end of June to attend a banquet. The smoked grass List prepared was almost dried into hay. But where did the invisible dragon get lost? This was a brain-racking question. After leaving the Flame Islands, List used the magic eyes almost every day, try to meet the invisible dragon on the way back to Black Horse Island. Unfortunately, he did not encounter the invisible dragon on the way back to Black Horse Island. He then ran to the dragon's table near Green Tea Town and lit the smoke grass. The stench made the nearby serfs nauseous, but the invisible dragon did not show up. It did not seem to be lost near Black Horse Island. Thus, List hurried to the flower town and continued to light the smoke grass. There was no doubt that it was useless except for disgusting people. Where did the invisible dragon get lost? List was puzzled and could only put aside this headless search for the time being and return to normal work. According to the consistent nature of smoke missions, most of the rewards did not need to be deliberately looked for. They would naturally be driven by the power of fate and come to him at his fingertips. Perhaps the invisible dragon was waiting on his way, waiting for List to engrave an imprint on its mind. So, let's get busy with the construction of Inferno Town first. List calmed his anxiety. Inferno Town was the next stage of the Inferno Plain Camp. This was the content of the new mission. Now that the distribution of the Flame Islands has been mapped, the next step is to start territorial relocation, systematically transfer the industry and population of the Flame territory, and carry out the large-scale development of the Flame Islands. Please build the Inferno Plain Camp into Inferno Town. Reward: new schooner. The seat reward for the new schooner was probably perfunctory, because the earliest shipyard of Black Horse Island had been studying the longitudinal sail technology provided by List. He proposed the idea, but the specific production and operation needed to be realized little by the shipwrights. After more than a year of development, the research was about to be successful. Your Highness, all the frame ships are ready. The goods are loaded into the cabin after being heavily reinforced. Safety ropes woven from hemp ropes have been produced in large quantities, enough to ensure that the migrating serfs and craftsmen are firmly tied to the cabin and will not be thrown out. Isaiah came to report. Go and check the frame ship again. I don't want anything to go wrong. Any small mistake could lead to the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. As you wish, Your Highness. Isaiah bowed and excused himself. Then, you want to check again. This time, a total of 10 large frame ships were arranged to cross the whirlpool. It was the masterpiece of tens of thousands of shipbuilders working day and night on Black Horse Island. 5 of the large frame ships were filled with all kinds of materials, including daily necessities and construction materials. Just rubber alone took up half of the ship. It had to be said that ever since the rubber worm triplets evolved into 3 rubber fairies, Big White, Little White, and Little White, they were able to use the power of the 3 elements to repair the rubber tree under List's guidance. Therefore, the production of rubber in the territory skyrocketed, and there was a lot of inventory. This time, they were all taken away by List. He was going to build up the infernal plains. Apart from resources, there was also population. Farming serfs were indispensable. They couldn't rely on hunting and fishing all day. It was too extravagant to rely on the great maelstrom to transport food. The construction of Infernal Town was inseparable from craftsmen, so a large number of carpenters, stonemasons, and architects, led by Jemiah Rammed Earth, were needed. Knight were also essential personnel to protect the safety of the Infernal Plains area at all times. At present, there was only one holy swordsman, Cross Buckthorn, who had not yet been titled in the camp. Once he explored the surrounding environment, the camp could only rely on the protection of a dozen Earth Knights. Philip, go and call Count Duarte. Yes, Your Highness. Philip rode away from the Castle of Thorns at once. He had followed List for so many years, but he was still a retainer knight on paper because his strength stayed at the trainee knight level. List's first batch of selected retainer knights were basically the descendants of Flower Town's local serfs. They had mediocre qualifications. If they wanted to be promoted to an Earth Knight, they needed to continue to endure. However, there were exceptions. Xavier Cowdung, who was in the same batch as Philip, was not necessarily better than Philip, But because of his good flattery, he had been promoted to Black Horse Island's diplomatic assistant, working under Zambrata. And with the infusion of resources from List, he was promoted to an Earth Knight. His secret work was to cooperate with the Blood Servants to spy on intelligence and master the rats to mix into various forces. He was another eye for List. Soon, Duarte, Red Apricot arrived. "Your Highness, what can I do for you? I want to develop the Flame Islands and need to send a team of Orders of Chivalry to ensure the safety of the construction workers. It just so happens that you have nothing to do, so I decided to give this task to you." Liz said. Duarte's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I am willing to share the burden of your Highness." "Very well, but I won't give you elite knights. You could go to Iron Hoof City and recruit those inferior knights yourself. However, you have to keep it a secret. For the time being, you can't tell anyone about the Flame Islands. Since Flame Island was so big, it was easy to imagine how dangerous it was in the desolate forest. Elite knight should not die in the forest, so it was better to recruit those unqualified knight to die. If they were lucky enough to survive until the founding of the country, they would be given wealth and glory. Understood. I will give you a month. Commander Garcia, who is stationed in Iron Hoof City, will cooperate with you. The Knight of the Tulip family will also cooperate with you." "Yes." After Duarte left in a hurry, List asked Philip to call someone again. "Call Emily." Emily was still an elite Earth Knight. She killed many knight in the Battle of the Sea, but she was not promoted to a Sky Knight. Compared to List, who was promoted from an Earth Knight to a Sky Knight in half a year, Emily's superhuman talent was obviously inferior. "Your Highness." The girl walked into the castle. "How was your training?" "There is no war, so the progress is slow." Emily told the truth. "In that case, I will arrange for you to go to the Flame Island. There are a lot of World of Warcraft lurking in the forest there." Liz said, "Bring Dosen and the Blizzard team to help Firetown make rocks. Dosen does not need to be responsible for producing rocks. Let it protect you." "Your Highness, Emily can protect herself." List looked at the tall girl with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. "It protects you, and you have to protect it too. Dosen is my earliest close combat partner, and I don't want anything to happen to it. Emily, I will leave Dosen to you. You should be able to understand my expectations of you." Emily's face flashed a little red, and then she said sternly, "Please rest assured, Your Highness, Emily will never let Your Highness down." "Very well, go. Take the Blizzard team to adapt to the cabin of the frame ship and make sure that they are disciplined during the voyage." List watched the girl's back as she left and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 815. There was another Orders of Chivalry that followed the fleet to Flame Island. It was the Orders of Chivalry from Black Horse Island led by Fox. The task of this Orders of Chivalry was not to explore the forest, but to protect the Infernal Plains and the mages stationed in the Infernal Plains. The Guild of Magic was preparing to open a branch of the Guild of Magic in the Infernal Plains. In the future, mages would move to the Infernal Plains and follow the Orders of Chivalry to explore the Broad Forest. List had gradually transformed these mages into experts and scholars, letting them fight for scientific research for a lifetime. As for the mages going to the Infernal Plains, they were selected for mages with questionable loyalty. With the isolation of Flame Island, once these mages arrived at the Infernal Plains, they would be isolated from the world. Even if they were part-time rats in other countries, they would still have to work for List. A few years later, the road between Flame Island and the outside world would be opened, and they would probably be labeled as the Nation of Fire. June 22nd. The weather was fine on Black Horse Island. The blazing flame took the vanguard, followed by 10 large frame ships as they set out in a majestic manner. Liz stood at the bow of the ship and looked at Achi, who was sitting upright and not burying her head in her book. He asked with concern, "Achi, can you hold on controlling 11 ships?" Achi nodded. "It's a little difficult, but if we reduce the speed to 300 kilometers per hour, we can save some effort." The sailing distance from Black Horse Island to the Maelstrom was 4,200 kilometers. At a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, it would take 14 hours, plus the rest time halfway, to arrive in one day. Then slow down, don't tire yourself out. So the fleet moved towards the maelstrom at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. On the way, they stopped at the Red Tree Town Camp on one of the three islands, the Crescent Island Crescent Town Camp on the first island, and the Green Light Town Camp on the Midway Island. One was to let the night and civilians go ashore to relieve seasickness and other conditions. The second was to send food, jade, and potions to the light green gem dragon. The light green gem dragon Isin lived a happy life on the Midway Island. There were many World of Warcraft on the island, and it could hunt at will. List would send it the jade and potion resources it lacked. His body had almost recovered. Later on, List would mount it himself and fly toward the Great Maelstrom. There, he would pass through the teleportation array and enter Flame Island. When the time came, he would find a suitable place to build a dragon nest and let the light green gemstone dragon slowly produce light green gemstones. The market for gemstones was always in short supply, so there was no need to worry about not being able to sell. All kinds of magical equipment and divine weapons required gems as raw materials. This was why the price of gems was so high. After a friendly chat with Ethan, List returned to the fleet. He set off immediately and arrived at the Swirling Islands in an hour and a half. He then docked at Whirlpool Town on the Whirlpool Island. Vortex Town was still in its infancy, and the magic lab was very simple. List held a group meeting here, and the main content of the meeting was the material acceptance plan for the next day. After Chi passed through the Great Maelstrom, the 10-frame ships had to undergo manual navigation and slowly sail into the Great Maelstrom. The timing had to be precise so that Chi could be prepared in time to catch the ship with the waterspout and prevent the ship from rushing out of the whirlpool and crashing. After everything was settled, the next morning, the fleet set off again and docked near the Great Maelstrom. Before transmigrating, Chi had to conduct a new experiment, the rope experiment. This experiment was to find out whether the wormhole space connected to the Great Maelstrom existed in reality or not, and how the distance of the wormhole space connected to an area thousands of kilometers away. Leo was holding on to a rope as thick as a wrist made of hemp vines. A huge rock was tied to one end to accelerate the fall of the rope. List and Chi rode the dragon together and slowly flew above the Great Maelstrom. Right above the whirlpool well, he suddenly threw the big rock tied to the rope into the well. The rock fell rapidly, and the rope was pulled round and round. When the rock fell into the depths of the watery whirlpool, a ball of light quickly swallowed the rock in the vision of the dragon's eye. Then, a huge pulling force came from the rope that Leo was pulling. Leo's body was directly pulled down and spun, and one end of the rope was difficult to hold, so it was quickly pulled and thrown into the deep whirlpool well. Everything happened in a flash, and it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Steady yourself, Leo. List and Leo's hearts were one, and they frantically flapped their wings. Only then did they manage to stabilize their body at the entrance of the whirlpool well and fly up again. Big brother. Chi called out nervously. It's fine. The strength of the rope is beyond imagination. Leo's strength is also not enough to hold on to the rope, List said with some relief. The thick rope made of hemp vines was a super cable that even Leo couldn't pull. Luckily, it wasn't directly tied to Leo's leg, or else he would definitely be pulled into the Great Maelstrom. Is it caused by the repulsive force in the wormhole space? I don't know. List shook his head. He really didn't know where this force came from. Chi thoughtfully took out the devil platform and waited for a moment. Then, she contacted the devil platform in the infernal plains. There was a quick response. The big rock used for the experiment had already fallen, and behind it was a 100-meter-long cable. Chi analyzed. There are two possibilities. One is that the wormhole space is a real existence, and its internal repulsive force caused a force that even Leo couldn't hold on to. The other is that the wormhole space is a non-real existence, or it could be said that the space was compressed, causing the cable to move quickly, causing Leo to be unable to hold on. List looked into the distance and nodded. Makes sense. Big brother, let's transmigrate too. Achi can't wait to verify her idea and observe the details of the magic teleportation array again. Okay, with a thought, Leo immediately folded his wings and fell into the deep whirlpool, well like a meteor. Rumble. He was already in the wormhole space. In the vision of the Dragon Eye orbit, the densely packed spider web-like magic power lines outlined the zigzagging space tunnel. Around the tunnel, the magic net was faintly discernible. Once again, he transmigrated. This should be the masterpiece of the ancient magic shooters. List was still deeply shocked. The endless magic net wrapping and the drilling of the magic net were a strong visual impact. But unlike the first time, this time Achi transmigrated with him. Her eye of magic level couldn't compare to the Dragon Eye orbit, so she had to ask List for many details. Chapter 816. The second transmigration brought him a lot of new knowledge. After a little preparation, List got Achi to contact the fleet near the Great Maelstrom with a magic platform and began to row the frame ship toward the Great Maelstrom. When they entered the range of the Great Maelstrom, there was no need to row anymore. The frame ship filled with cargo turned automatically in the Great Maelstrom. The rotation lasted for half an hour before it finally fell into the deep well of the Great Maelstrom. The mages who were observing from afar immediately transmitted the information to Achi. Achi waved her hand at the entrance of the Great Maelstrom and set up a waterspout. A moment later, the frame ship appeared with a roar and crashed into the waterspout. Boom! The waterspout was almost smashed into pieces. However, Achi raised her eyebrows and shouted, "Ja!" The shattered waterspout closed up again, holding the frame ship back until it stabilized. Then, she gently placed it on the mountain platform that she had made with her super magic, chainsaw-type, high-pressure water knife. The ship landed. Cross and the other knight, who had been waiting there for a long time, began to unload the cargo. On the other side, a new frame ship set off for the Great Maelstrom again. This time, the ship was filled with knight, serfs, and craftsmen. Half an hour later, the ship rushed out of the Great Maelstrom again and was caught by Achi. "It's safe. Let the other side drive the remaining 8 frame ships into the Great Maelstrom one after another to save time." Seeing that Achi had caught it steadily, List immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This method of transporting supplies was indeed feasible. However, what List didn't know was that, in the Great Maelstrom, as 2 frame ships passed through, a gaze suddenly lit up in the mysterious area where space and the magic net intersected. It was a dragon with a faintly discernible body that looked like crystal, but also like transparent, flowing water. It was as happy as if it had discovered a new continent. It flapped its wings and tried to fly into the Great Maelstrom. However, although it seemed to be flying at high speed, for some unknown reason, it didn't seem to fly very far. Boom! As the frame ship rushed out of the Great Maelstrom, its gaze turned blank as if it had suddenly lost track of the Great Maelstrom. Wuxia! It roared loudly. There was no response. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was nothing. And in its own field of vision, there were countless flowing crystal-like substances that filled the world. These identical, crystal-like substances made it lose its sense of direction, and it didn't know where it was going. At this moment, the crystal-like substance in the distance suddenly lit up, and another frame ship activated the wormhole space of the magic teleportation circle. The transparent dragon was overjoyed as if it was reunited after a long time. It flapped its wings and slowly seeped into the stacked crystal-like substance like a stream of water. He quickly flew towards the location of the light. A moment later, the light went out, and it lost its direction again. But soon, the spot continued to light up. After a few more times, the dragon finally arrived at the lit spot. Just like that, its body quietly drilled through the crystalline wall and entered the wormhole. Seeing the large frame ship flying rapidly in front of it, it followed closely behind it and flew towards the end of the tunnel. "Third ship steady. Fourth ship steady, eighth ship steady. List watched Qi catch the big frame ships one by one and put them aside, silently counting. The knight, serfs, and craftsmen disembarked from the ship and began to unload the supplies on the ship. Then, he assembled many wheelbarrows and loaded the resources onto them. He then pushed the wheelbarrows towards the infernal plains. The mighty team added a lot of civilized atmosphere to the desolate forest. Rumble. The ninth frame ship flew out of the vortex hole. Qi had already skillfully caught the ship and placed it on the platform. Riding Leo, List was bored supervising the order of the scene. At the same time, he used Dragon Eye Track to observe the operation of magic power at the entrance of the vortex hole for the umpteenth time. Just as he was about to disperse Dragon Eye Track and rest for a moment, a dragon-shaped magic power suddenly flew out of the hole. This magic power dragon had a slender body and graceful movements. It didn't have the slightest trace of embarrassment from being pushed out of the wormhole space. It was as if it was leisurely strolling in a courtyard. Almost as soon as he saw the dragon's magic power body, the words "old friend" emerged in List's mind. The invisible dragon. It's the invisible dragon. His mind was a bit muddled. Just a moment ago, he was worried about where the invisible dragon had gotten lost, thinking that fate would bring it to his side. He didn't expect that the invisible dragon would actually come to his side. It was too sudden and unexpected, leaving him a loss as to what to do. Leo, who was in mind and soul as one, was similarly stunned. However, the invisible dragon also discovered the situation at the entrance of the cave. It saw the Dragon Knight, List the Flame, riding the fire dragon, flaunting its prowess. It quickly remembered that this was the insignificant human that had eaten a feast and paid 3 space gems for the meal. Wuxia! The invisible dragon twisted its head and circled around before shouting at List. Its firebird spread out from the entrance of the cave. The knight, serfs, and craftsmen who were busy unloading the goods suddenly felt as if their throats were being strangled. They had difficulty breathing and simply lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Qi, who had put down the framed ship, also felt the firebird's firebird and then heard the sharp cry. She quickly cast the super magic eye, clearly seeing the invisible dragon's figure, confronting List and Yao Yao, who were riding the fire dragon. Roar! How could Leo tolerate another dragon showing off in front of him? He roared and was about to rush over. Fortunately, List's thoughts were in the dominant position, suppressing Leo's thoughts. Suppressing Leo's anger and the shock of the invisible dragon's sudden appearance, List quickly calmed down. He didn't know why the invisible dragon rushed out of the magic transmission array, but this was no longer important. What was important was to seize this opportunity and capture the invisible dragon. Thereupon, he pondered for a moment. He took out a bundle of smoke grass from his space ring and swayed it. Then, he urged Leo to slowly fly to the back of the vortex mountain. He wanted to find a place where he wouldn't be disturbed and slowly subdue the invisible dragon. He saw the familiar smoke grass. The invisible dragon, whose eyes were shining, cleverly flew after List. After arriving at an open space halfway up the mountain, List and Leo landed on the open space. The invisible dragon circled twice and also landed on the other side of the open space. Because he had seen the invisible dragon's friendly behavior last time, List boldly picked up the bundle of smoke grass and slowly walked toward the invisible dragon. Wuxia! Roar! The two dragons roared respectively. Leo, don't be impatient. List waved his hand at the small fire dragon behind him and then looked at the invisible dragon. We are old friends. This is smoke grass, your favorite smoke grass. Although the smell of smoke grass was unpleasant, List still went all out in order to ride the dragon. He placed the smoke grass 20 meters in front of the invisible dragon and slowly retreated 20 meters away. The invisible dragon looked at Leo and then looked at List. Seemingly aware that Leo was just a young fire dragon, it let out a slight disdainfully, walked to the front of the smoke grass, opened its mouth, bit the smoke grass, and slowly chewed it. It ate very little of the smoke grass, mainly for the smell of the smoke grass. Immediately, a stench swept across. Chapter 817. However, the dragon was chosen by him. Even with tears in his eyes, he had to ride it. However, Leo retched on the spot. Then, regardless of List's obstruction, he turned into a ball of flame and plunged into List's body, leaving List to face the invisible dragon alone. Wuxia! The invisible dragon sniffed the smell released by the chewed smoke grass. Like a heavy smoker inhaling a mouthful of smoke, it felt as if it was ascending to immortality. Seeing this scene, List could only continue to cover his nose and carry out the next plan. He began to move the prepared food from his space ring. There was wine and beef, all prepared for the invisible dragon. Naturally, the quantity wasn't much, but small portions, slowly teasing the interest of the invisible dragon. When the invisible dragon ate the beef until its mouth was full of oil, it excitedly revealed its body and put down its guard to continue asking for meat from List. List knew that the time had come. He quietly stuffed a portion of roasted beef with the enchanting dragon spirit fruit into the invisible dragon's mouth. The invisible dragon was caught off guard and bit the roasted beef into its mouth. It's done. Upon seeing this, List was overjoyed. However, after a slight refusal, the invisible dragon opened its mouth and spat out a fruit with a seven-colored skin. It ate the beef and spat out the enchanting dragon spirit fruit hidden inside. List's eyes widened. He had never expected the invisible dragon to have such a trick. He turned his head to look at the enchanting dragon spirit fruit lying not far away, and then looked at the invisible dragon that seemed to have just spat out a grain of sand and continued to enjoy the roasted beef. He didn't know whether he should silently put away the enchanting dragon spirit fruit and act as if nothing had happened, or whether he should immediately pry open the invisible dragon's mouth and stuff the enchanting dragon spirit fruit inside. The latter method was obviously not advisable. He could only silently walk over and put away the enchanting dragon spirit fruit. There were only 3 enchanting dragon spirit fruits, each of which was priceless and represented a dragon. The premise was that those dragons weren't as picky as the invisible dragon, spitting out grains of sand after eating beef. When the little fire dragon, Leo, ate beef, he wolfed it down. It seems that I can only harvest a few space gems this time. Shaking his head, List simply stood aside and watched the invisible dragon slowly enjoy the smoke grass feast. Then, he would wait for it to finish its meal and pay the space gem as payment. Then, he began to calculate what method he should use to force the invisible dragon to eat the enchanting dragon soul fruit next year, when the invisible dragon came to eat again. Not far away, on top of the Whirlpool Mountain. Chi, who had already taken over the 10th frame ship, stood at the top of the mountain and secretly watched how List subdued the invisible dragon. What she saw was List's lifeless face. She covered her nose and smiled. He took a few steps back to prevent himself from being choked by the smell of the smoky grass. The invisible dragon had been lost for a long time, and its stomach was almost flattened from hunger. It was rare for it to encounter its favorite delicious meal, so it ate heartily and happily. When he was excited, he found List much more pleasing to the eye. When it finished eating the last piece of beef, it slowly walked towards List. Just as List was about to reach out and take the money for its meal, List suddenly stopped. However, it turned its head and made a gesture of raising its head. Wuxia! Huh? List didn't know what to make of it. Immediately after, the invisible dragon nudged List with its head, seemingly wanting List to ride it. This was clearly inconceivable to him. He was bent on using the enchanting dragon soul fruit to stun the invisible dragon and then forcibly ride it. Unexpectedly, after seeing through his trick, the invisible dragon took the initiative to let him ride it. Although he didn't know whether it meant this or not, List still seized the opportunity and quickly jumped up, sitting on the dragon tooth platform where the invisible dragon's neck and body connected without the slightest delay. When his buttocks were closely attached to the dragon tooth platform, he was convinced that the invisible dragon was really letting him ride it. The smoky grass feast that he had carefully prepared had already conquered the other party and obtained its approval. He could now launch a spiritual battle between man and dragon. Boom! The invisible dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. List grabbed the scales on its neck. In a trance, the scenery of the world had changed into another appearance. All the flowers, plants, trees, mountains, rivers had turned into crystals, some kind of irregular crystal structure. This is the world in the invisible dragon's eyes. The world in the fire dragon's eyes was particularly gorgeous and colorful, while the world in the invisible dragon's eyes was a monotonous crystal structure. Perhaps this was the most intuitive experience of the world that power brought to them. These crystal structures represent the spatial composition of matter, he pondered. But the next moment, the world suddenly underwent a tremendous change. Mountains sank, soil rose, and countless crystal structures formed a huge, endless labyrinth. Apart from the constantly repeating crystal structures, this world didn't have any other colors or shapes. Wuxia, the invisible dragon, stood at the beginning of the labyrinth. Slowly stepping into the labyrinth, List instantly understood how to defeat the invisible dragon's mind. He just had to walk out of this labyrinth. Not all dragons' spiritual battles were pure battles. Only evil dragons like Leo would declare victory by killing. The light green gem dragon's spiritual battle was more of a battle between List and the first-generation Dragon Knight. The light green gem dragon itself didn't participate in it. Walk out of the labyrinth. List vaguely felt a headache. This labyrinth, composed of densely packed crystal structures, left him at a loss. When he reached the first fork, he began to feel dizzy and fell into a dilemma. Forget it. Don't think too much. First left, then right. I'll try again and again. I'll definitely find the exit. It was unknown how much time had passed in the outside world. List seemed to have spent more than half a day in the spiritual battle. But apart from sweating profusely, he didn't walk out of the labyrinth. He even forgot where he was in the labyrinth. The labyrinth wasn't simply made of walls, but was similar to the dimensional killing formation. There were forks in all directions, and the crystal structure of each fork seemed to be different. It seemed to contain some kind of meaning, but he didn't know. He also couldn't remember these repeated or not repeated crystal structures. He tried to drive the invisible dragon to break through the wall, but was directly rejected by the invisible dragon. He personally pulled out the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword and prepared to violently dismantle it, but was almost broken by the wall. The smoke wrapped around his body also didn't bring him any help. Even if he tried to mark each fork with smoke, it was still useless. The labyrinth seemed endless, leaving him in an endless loop of constantly encountering new forks or returning to the original fork. He was anxious inside, even flustered and exasperated. Scam, it's all a scam. No one can walk out of this labyrinth. In the end, he could only watch the labyrinth collapse bit by bit. His spiritual world was about to collapse, which meant that he had already lost the spiritual battle while riding the invisible dragon. Rumble. When List opened his eyes again, the world changed back to what he could see with the naked eye. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters. The invisible dragon was still standing in the original open space halfway up the mountain. Then it arched its neck and urged List to leave its dragon tooth platform. Since List had failed to ride the invisible dragon, it no longer recognized List. Hateful. Without the enchanting dragon soul fruit, he really couldn't handle the dragon. Chapter 8:18. What's going on? Looking at the invisible dragon flying into the sky, List was in an extremely bad mood. He had been preparing for riding the invisible dragon for a long time. He had prepared a fine smoked grass feast and a mysterious dragon's soul fruit sewn into the barbecue. He felt that this was a foolproof method. As a result, the mysterious dragon's soul fruit was spat out by the invisible dragon. He thought that the plan had failed, but the invisible dragon took the initiative to seek a ride. But the battlefield of the Battle of Souls was a more complicated maze than the dimensional killing formation. He couldn't break it and couldn't use any tricks. The invisible dragon was idling in the maze. He felt that the invisible dragon was deliberately using this method to make him retreat in the face of difficulties. Don't think about it again. The densely packed and complex crystal structure, the endless forks that seemed to be constantly changing, were not for humans to break through at all. Perhaps the maze could not be entered and exited in a normal way, but the ability to travel through space was not something that Liszt could master at all. He had no choice but to be at his wit's end. He admitted that he failed to ride the dragon. The power of fate may only be able to guide, but not control the invisible dragon, which was also a holy dragon. Or perhaps the invisible dragon had been reborn ahead of time and grasped its own fate. Whether it was the fire dragon or the emerald dragon, they all died early. This allowed the power of fate to take advantage of the situation. The light green gem dragon was also seriously injured before it was seized by the power of fate. Having said that, after failing to ride the dragon, the invisible dragon directly turned hostile and didn't even leave a few space gems, which was a bit too much. But just when Liszt thought that it was going to fly away, it suddenly flew to the top of the whirlpool and rushed towards the sea monster, Qi, who was watching the dragon ride. Liszt's heart tightened. He was just about to call it Qi to be careful, but he felt that the invisible dragon did not seem to have any malicious intent. Could it be that it was really too excited and dizzy? Seeing that I failed to ride the dragon, it went to find a Qi to try riding it? This idea was only slightly turned around before it was directly rejected by Liszt. It was impossible for a wizard to successfully ride a dragon. Whether it was the records of the Moon Empire or modern records, only a knight could ride a dragon. This was because Qi and dragon magic were highly compatible. Even the knight's cultivation system, if traced back to its source, was likely to be established with reference to the dragon's magic power. Therefore, when high-grade Do Qi is combined with a dragon, it can quickly transform into Dragon Do Qi. This was an advantage that other training systems did not have, and it was also the deciding factor for the knight to rule the world. It was impossible to break this principle because of a Qi. Therefore, it was impossible for the invisible dragon to want a Qi to ride it. It was likely that it wanted to hurt a Qi. However, he was just about to summon the little fire dragon, Leo, and then join hands with a Qi to suppress the invisible dragon. Since the invisible dragon wanted to harm a Qi, it wasn't an old friend of Liszt. Liszt might as well kill it and let its corpse fall on the Whirlpool Mountain, where a spatial gem mine could be nurtured. On the top of the mountain, the invisible dragon was already hovering in mid-air, facing a Qi, who was standing on the top of the mountain and holding up the water wave shield. The invisible dragon did not launch an attack, and a Qi did not retreat. Liszt quickly extinguished the thought of calling Leo, and he picked up his previous thought. Does the invisible dragon really want a Qi to ride it? Such a thought arose uncontrollably. It was accompanied by a sour feeling. It was not that he was reluctant, but that he was a little psychologically unbalanced. Although it was the same whether he rode it or a Qi rode it, the feeling it brought was completely different. In order to ride the invisible dragon, the dragon had prepared for a long time, feeding Liszt with smoked grass 3 times. Although the enchanting dragon fruit was added to the meat, it was just an interlude. Now, the invisible dragon bowed its head to a siren he had never seen before, giving him a bad feeling of an honest man tries his best to pursue a girl, but the girl leaves with a tall, rich, and handsome guy he has only met once. How could he build a harmonious society with such differential treatment? His inner drama was a bit too rich, probably stimulated by the failure to ride the dragon. Liszt, who had always boasted that he was superior and had everything under control, finally realized his original ordinary face in the spiritual battle. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the mortal world was very uncomfortable. However, he successfully suppressed his increasingly inflated mentality. He took a deep breath and suddenly burst into tears. The smell of smoked grass left in this place was really irritating to the eyes. Cough, cough. After coughing a few times, he looked up at the top of the mountain and saw that a chi had dispersed the water wave shield. The hovering invisible dragon shouted at a chi, "Wuxia." A chi shook her head. The invisible dragon shouted again, "Wuxia." A chi shook her head again. Then, the invisible dragon angrily spewed out steam from its nostrils, turned around, and swooped down the mountain, heading straight for List's position. Its speed was so fast that there was even an illusion of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed in front of List, and its dragon eyes looked deeply at List. List, who had stopped crying, looked at the beautiful, sparkling, crystal-like invisible dragon, and doubts emerged in his mind again. He really couldn't figure out what this dragon was doing. "Wuxia." The invisible dragon opened its mouth and shouted, but its meaning was unclear. However, the next moment, List had already leaped toward the invisible dragon's dragon tooth platform. No matter what kind of posture it had, he would ride it first. Going and coming back, refusing and welcoming, it definitely had the idea of begging him to ride it. As if confirming List's thoughts, the invisible dragon seemed to want to twist its body, resisting List's second ride. However, for some unknown reason, it suddenly gave up resisting, and its long and narrow face revealed a touch of human-like disgust and helplessness. In the end, it didn't dodge. It let its butt fall into the dragon tooth platform. Rumble. List rode the invisible dragon's dragon tooth platform for the second time. His spirit instantly connected with the invisible dragon, and he drove it to fly into the sky. The world changed into a crystal structure. Soon, the mountain began to sink, the earth began to bulge, and a new maze was about to rise. List pulled out the Ice Soul Dragon's slaying sword and shouted at the invisible dragon below him, "My old friend, the maze is meaningless to me. Let's change the way of the spiritual battle." "Wuxia." The invisible dragon flapped its wings, and the maze was still slowly rising. "If you insist on creating a maze, then the sword in my hand can only cut off your head and make you reconsider what you should do." It was impossible to create a maze, impossible to create a maze in this lifetime. List's attitude was very firm. He would absolutely not enter a maze again. "Wuxia." The invisible dragon's shout was full of anger. However, List had already aimed at its neck. He raised the red Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, which was wrapped in smoke and had quickly turned into fire attribute. Instead of failing in the maze, it was better to kill the invisible dragon's mind and let it obtain a new life. He wanted to see if he could rely on this kind of violent method to win the spiritual battle. The maze stopped rising. The situation began to deadlock. After a short moment, the invisible dragon issued an unwilling shout, "Wuxia." At the same time, List also received the insistence of the invisible dragon's mind. It was necessary to create a maze, but he could reduce the difficulty of the maze. The rising maze did not extend any further. Instead, it formed the simplest planar maze, a traditional maze composed of countless parallel walls. It was not like the dazzling cubic maze in the dimensional killing formation, which could change positions at any time. List put away his sword and faintly smiled. If it was a traditional maze, I would reluctantly accept it. It was very simple to crack a traditional maze. One just had to choose a wall and move forward, and one would be able to find the exit. "Let's go, invisible dragon." Chapter 819. Bang! Bang! Driven by List, the invisible dragon flew at high speed and stuck close to one of the walls of the maze. The seemingly complicated maze was quickly broken through by him. Looking back, the crystal world that made up the maze quickly collapsed and was replaced by a brand new maze. This maze encompassed the entire world and had no rules to speak of. It was just a combination of countless crystal structures. List and the invisible dragon stood on the throne at the center of the maze. Although it was called a throne, it was actually just a high platform. "Wuxia." The invisible dragon suddenly flapped its wings and soared. The layers of maze walls rapidly retreated along with its flight, not obstructing it in the slightest. In this maze, the invisible dragon controlled everything. Suddenly, List's eyes brightened. He had already flown out of the maze and arrived in the real world, or rather, returned victorious from the battle of the mind. List's and the invisible dragon's thoughts began to synchronize, and their minds began to unite. From this moment on, he was a true, sacred dragon knight, the invisible dragon knight. The process was somewhat tortuous, but the result was pretty good. List's previous mood of vexation, loss, indignation, and sourness also became cheerful. He could feel the invisible dragon's thoughts through the unity of mind, and the invisible dragon could also feel his joy. They guided and infected each other, but it was more List who took the lead. At this time, his vision was no longer of the crystal structure, but of his own naked eye. There was still no way for him to immediately connect with the invisible dragon's eyes. He still needed a lot of time to gradually adapt to how to control the invisible dragon and form its fighting strength. Let's go to a Qi. List found that he could clearly see the invisible dragon without the need to use magic eyes. Its body was still as beautiful as flowing crystal. It was as if he was sitting on a crystal. Wuxia, the invisible dragon, slowly landed on the top of the Maelstrom Mountain and restrained its dragon's might. Its slender body sat cross-legged on the ground, looking very graceful. Among the dragons that List had seen, Leo was undoubtedly the most malevolent, while the invisible dragon was the most beautiful. At the same time, he sensed the invisible dragon's age. Sure enough, it was a young dragon. It was only 80 years old, not yet over 100 years old. It seemed to be on an island further north of the Sapphire Kingdom, but its range of activities was very wide. Back then, the Flower Town was just a place it passed by out of curiosity. Only when it smelled the smoked grass did it remember that place, and then it tasted a feast once a year. But this year, it developed a new ability. It could break through the material plane and travel to another dimension of space. Then it got lost in the dimension beyond matter. Of course, latitude beyond matter was just a noun that List had sorted out based on part of the invisible dragon's memory. That part of the memory was already fuzzy, and it was very difficult to carefully identify the details. All it knew was that it saw the framed ship pass through the great Maelstrom magic portal and found the exit. As a result, the previous scene occurred. The invisible dragon suddenly rushed out of the vortex hole, triggering a series of accidents. Bang bang. Jumping down from the back of the invisible dragon, List walked over to a Qi. Done. A Qi said with a smile, "Congratulations, big brother. You rode another dragon, and it's a very beautiful invisible dragon. After all, we are old friends." List maintained a calm tone. In fact, he was a bit embarrassed inside. Could the invisible dragon be regarded as an old friend? In fact, it was not. Apart from 2 meals, there was no friendship between the man and the dragon. Moreover, the goods and the money were clear. With the mentality of taking advantage of the situation, he arranged for the smoked grass feast. After the invisible dragon finished eating, it left behind a few gems. That was all. Dragons were arrogant and would not casually develop a friendship with a human. Calling the invisible dragon an old friend was a joke he made based on the records in the travels of the Earth Ranger Griff. In the night novel, the protagonist called the invisible dragon, who he met and left behind a space gem, an old friend. It was clear that the invisible dragon had indeed enjoyed the smoked grass and left behind a gift. So much so that List guessed that the invisible dragon Griff met was his own invisible dragon. Unfortunately, the travels of the Earth Ranger Griff did not record the author, and the source could not be verified. It was unknown when the work was created. Similarly, the invisible dragon did not remember Griff or Griff. At this moment, List was not embarrassed because he called Griff an old friend, but because of the invisible dragon's previous behavior. Achi, why did you refuse when the invisible dragon asked you to ride it? Brother, when did you let a Qi ride the invisible dragon? Moreover, a Qi is a wizard and does not have Qi that can resonate with the dragon. A Qi shook her head, puzzled. Then, Why did you shake your head when it shouted at you? Because a chi did not know what it was shouting. Its cries seemed to be the same. A chi does not know the language of dragons. I see. List nodded, feeling much better from the embarrassment. He had thought that a chi refused the invisible dragon out of consideration for his face. Unexpectedly, she did not understand what the invisible dragon meant. List looked at the other side of the Whirlpool Mountain. The knight and the serfs were still busy transporting supplies. Many knight raised their heads and looked curiously at the top of the mountain. They had heard the invisible dragon's cries and felt the dragon's might emitted by the invisible dragon, but they could not see the invisible dragon and did not know what had happened. However, the Dragon Knight and the Archwizard were standing at the top of the mountain, so it was not a big deal. Withdrawing his gaze, List pointed to the invisible dragon, who was sitting on the ground and dozing off. Achi, can you see the invisible dragon with your naked eye? After eating a lot of smoked grass, the high had not completely dissipated, and it was slowly savoring the wonderful taste of the smoked grass. I can't. Achi dispersed the super magic eye, and immediately shook his head. However, List could see the invisible dragon with his naked eye at this moment. This was probably the beauty of riding a dragon. List and the invisible dragon had already become one, so he could naturally see the invisible dragon's body at all times. The principle behind this was unknown for the time being. Well, it won't be too late to study the information about the invisible dragon after I get used to it. I'll let Leo send you to the infernal plains first. You can guide the mages in building the mage tower there, while the invisible dragon and I will go out for a spin. List said after thinking for a moment. He had just ridden the invisible dragon, so he wanted to strike while the iron was hot to feel the invisible dragon's strength. List called out to Leo. The smell of smoked grass lingering in the air made Leo very dissatisfied. Even more dissatisfied was that it saw List subduing another dragon, threatening its position. It rushed at the squinting invisible dragon and roared fiercely. Roar! The invisible dragon was very good-tempered and did not care about Leo's roar. Or perhaps it was still immersed in the wonderful smell of the smoke grass. List patted Leo's scales and used the dragon heart code to express that Leo was still a partner fighting side by side with him. Regardless of the invisible dragon or the light green gem dragon, they were more of a resource-producing unit, and so on and so forth. Only then did Leo restrain his irritable mood. After a chi mounted the dragon, it suddenly flapped its wings and flew to the distant infernal plains. In the future, when I build a dragon nest, I have to separate these 3 dragons. It's best if they don't see each other. List was relieved. It was indeed not easy for a person to ride a multi-headed dragon, but he was also full of pride and a sense of accomplishment. He didn't know if there was a dragon knight in the legendary continent who had done this. He already had 3 dragons in his hands, as well as clues about the smoke dragon and emerald dragon. No one has ever done it before, and no one will do it in the future, right? The thought was fleeting. List once again rode the invisible dragon. His mind and chi synchronized, and he entered the Dragon Rider mode. Chapter 820. This chapter is 100,000 years of salted fish. Amidst the blue sky and white clouds, the invisible dragon flew slowly. Its speed was not fast. To be more precise, its flying speed was not fast. However, the invisible dragon could always suddenly cross the vague, illusory boundary while flying in the material world, and then the next moment, it would appear dozens of meters away. In other words, while flying, it was constantly activating its instant transmission ability. List had a hard time detecting signs of this ability, even with his magic eyes. It was as if it did not involve magic, but an innate ability, just like a chi's ability to control water. Relying on this ability, the invisible dragon's peak speed could reach 400 kilometers per hour, far exceeding the speed of Leo and other dragons. Moreover, this innate ability would continue to strengthen as it grew older. As for what the upper limit of its growth was, it was unknown. List felt that it was likely that it could fly in the illusory world, just like the time when it got lost. It entered the latitude outside the material world. Wuxia, the invisible dragon, roared and transmitted its thoughts to List. It did not dare to fly to the limit again, because the last time it flew to the limit, it suddenly passed through the barrier of the material space and arrived at the latitude outside the material world, causing it to get lost for a long time in the latitude outside the material world. It almost starved to death, exhausted to death, and went crazy. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Next time, you won't get lost again. List comforted it. However, it received a contemptuous response from the invisible dragon. It believed that List could not even get out of the difficult labyrinth and could not be its guide. Then, a thought that List did not know how to feel came to its mind. The reason why it gave List a second chance for the spiritual battle was entirely for a chi. It turned out, it did allow the spiritual battle for the first time. Apart from inhaling too much of the smell of the smoked grass and eating too much of the beef, it thought that the great Maelstrom magic transmission array was related to List. A magic transmission array that could cross the material space undoubtedly had a great insight into space. Therefore, it acknowledged List and launched a spiritual battle. However, List's performance disappointed the dragon. But from the brief spiritual encounter with List, it was aware of the existence of a chi and mistakenly thought that the magic shooter 8 chi was the builder of the magic transmission array. Therefore, it hoped to form a cooperative relationship with a chi, using its own resources in exchange for a chi's spatial insight. Help it never get lost again, until it truly grasped the ability to fly in dimensions beyond matter. The intelligence of dragons was very high, not inferior to that of humans at all. However, its plan was very good. A chi shook her head because she couldn't understand the invisible dragon's cry, causing the invisible dragon to mistakenly believe that a chi was refusing. It knew the relationship between List and a chi, so it guessed that it was because it was resisting List. Hence, it gave List a second chance for a spiritual battle. Once List became a Dragon Knight partner, Magic Shooter, a chi would naturally help it lead the way. You're really smart. List sighed. However, thinking of the current situation, the man and the dragon, who were spiritually united, were not so happy. List was unhappy because he was only acting as a prop, a means used by the invisible dragon to attract a chi. The invisible dragon was unhappy because, deep down, it didn't really recognize List. But life was never smooth sailing. The man and the dragon were already partners, and in the future, they needed to work together. List was the first to discard the former enmity and said in thought guidance, "Rest assured, invisible dragon, become my dragon. You will have many opportunities to communicate with a chi. I will let her teach you all the knowledge about space and help you never get lost again." Wuxia, the invisible dragon, was happy to let go. With the knot in its heart opened, the spiritual unity between the man and the dragon became even more perfect and harmonious. "My name is List Flame, but you don't have a name yet. Why don't you call me Bard?" Bard represented the astral wandering god, a hero in League of Legends who could open portals. It was somewhat related to the ability of the invisible dragon, and it also implied List's expectations for the invisible dragon. He hoped that with the help of the invisible dragon, it would be easier for a chi to arrange magic arrays in the future, and he could also rely on the invisible dragon to move unhindered in the legendary continent. Wuxia, the invisible dragon, didn't like or dislike the name Bard. It simply accepted such a code name. In fact, for itself, the invisible dragon was its name. All dragons were like this. Leo, Ethan, and Bard are just a habit of humans. In that case, Bard, let's try something interesting and fuse your invisibility ability with mine. List led the way of thinking. If it weren't for the invisible dragon's invisibility ability, he would be very surprised that others would find a person flying in the sky with his buttocks up. This was too damaging to the dignity of the Dragon Knight. The invisible dragon Bard quickly tried to fuse its ability with List. This ability involved the use of space magic. When the space magic and the dragon's battle energy began to resonate at a high frequency, List felt a strange feeling envelop him, as if he was immersed in water. But it wasn't water, but the boundary of the material space, a special existence. The invisible dragon's magic could form a space gem, which directly wrapped a new small space in the material world. Therefore, with the help of magic, it could temporarily create an independent space, just like hiding in a two-dimensional space. But unlike the fixed space of the space gem, this temporary space was like a bubble. It would break with a poke and couldn't be used in battle. But it could perfectly hide the aura of the invisible dragon and List. Unless it was a magic eye type of detection skill, it would be absolutely impossible to detect the existence of the invisible Dragon Knight. This ability could be said to be terrifying, and it was an excellent concealment method for assassination. The only drawback was the change in the field of vision. After merging into the boundary of the material space, List found that the appearance of the real world quickly dissipated, and all matter became different crystal structures, just like the green code rain world seen by the protagonist in The Matrix. The world that List saw was a white crystal world. There were crystals everywhere, forming different kinds of animals and plants, mountains, soil, running water, and so on. He called this field of vision crystal white vision. By the time he familiarized himself with this field of vision, it was almost evening. Soon, returning to the infernal plains, the figures of Leo and Ichi appeared in the crystal white vision. However, to List's surprise, Leo's figure turned out to be a fiery red flame structure, while Ichi's was a bluish-white water structure. This was the only color that appeared in the crystal white vision, as well as a non-crystal structure. This is because the magic level of Ichi and Leo exceeds the magic level of low magic. At this moment, Leo, who was sleeping on the ground, suddenly raised his neck and stared in List's direction. He was keenly aware of a threat approaching. Although he couldn't see the invisible dragon, nor could he smell its aura, he could still discover the invisible dragon by relying on the special connection between dragons. Using the Dragon Heart Code, List calmed the restless Leo at the cost of a few potions. At this time, Ichi also raised her head and looked at the sky. She didn't perceive the existence of the invisible dragon, but she had already guessed the result from Leo's reaction. Bang! List signaled the invisible dragon to find a place nearby to rest and not to go too far. He then got up and descended from the sky. When he fell to the ground and maintained a squatting posture, the space magic in his body had dissipated and his figure slowly recovered. He stood up and walked toward the Chi. His red cloak swayed behind him. He didn't wear a helmet, and his pale golden hair reflected the brilliance of the setting sun. His handsome figure was also plated with a layer of golden light. Chapter 8:21. After returning, Ichi wanted to communicate with the invisible dragon immediately and figure out the secrets of space mastered by the invisible dragon as soon as possible. But there was no language barrier, and List had no time to translate. She could only supervise the construction of the Master Tower in Xianxia Plain and communicate with the Master Tower in Maelstrom Town to do some research on the edges of the Maelstrom. At the same time, she concentrated on practicing ice elemental magic and strived to master it as soon as possible to open the next stage of elemental incarnation switching, Earth Attribute. With the Earth Attribute elemental incarnation, it would be easy to shape the terrain. She was still thinking about the concept of the canal in the sky. The Master Tower was under construction. The construction of Xianxia Town was also carried out rapidly with the arrival of craftsmen and serfs. There were dense forests nearby, and trees could be cut down at any time to build houses. With the strong bonding effect of rubber water, the construction progress was rapid. There was also no shortage of stones. List's young follower, Emily, either took the Blizzard Beast team into the forest to hunt with orders of chivalry every day, or directed the Blizzard Beast team to make rocks and contribute to the construction of the town. It had to be said that the evolved Blizzard Beast had a large output of stones, enough for the town's needs. Unfortunately, the bloodline fruit was rare, and new blizzard beasts could not be cultivated to change the problem of reproductive isolation. Because the rock thorns produced by the blizzard beast were broken, the shape of the stone could not be guaranteed. Xianxia rammed earth. The chief construction commander of Xianxia town proposed to List to build a brick factory in Xianxia Plain to burn bricks, plates, and culverts. The construction of the new town on Black Horse Island was a modern construction scheme of laying slabs on the ground and burying culverts underground. List agreed to Xianxia's proposal and was ready to build a new fire dragon brick factory in Xianxia Plain. However, when he asked Leo for the fire dragon, he was refused. Roar. The reason for Leo's refusal was very legitimate. At first, List forced him to detonate the volcano eruption, wasting half of the fire dragon's power. Since then, the volcano has not been found, and the fire dragon has not recovered, seriously delaying its growth and development. Now that List was riding the light emerald dragon Ethan and the invisible dragon bard, Leo felt that his position was under threat and was unwilling to weaken his own strength. Don't be stingy, Leo. List comforted his partner. The Flame Archipelago is under development. This island and the surrounding archipelagos cover a large area. There must be new volcanoes for you to train in. After I finish the construction of Swirl Town, I'll explore the Flame Archipelago with you. What do you think? After much consideration for the future, Leo nodded his head in agreement. Roar. It spat out some fire dragon super magic and gave it to List. The fire dragon super magic that was ignited was enough to build 7 to 8 high-temperature kills, which could support a large fire dragon brick factory. When List saw Leo look dispirited after he spat out the fire dragon super demon, List felt sorry for him. Although Leo was an out-and-out evil dragon that would always breed evil thoughts, he was, after all, bred by himself, and his feelings were completely different from the light green gemstone dragon and the invisible dragon. Moreover, Leo is a combat-type dragon and is still young. He needs to develop. Only fire dragons that had matured would be able to produce more fire dragon supreme magic beasts and lay the foundation for the industrialization of the territory. We need to find an active volcano as soon as possible. After letting Leo return to his body to sleep to reduce further consumption, List summoned the invisible dragon bard. He was prepared to ride more to familiarize himself with Bard and try to explore the invisible dragon's training method. He wanted to complete the Invisible Dragon Knight, Dragon Battle Energy Secret Manual as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it was the Fire Dragon or the Invisible Dragon, there were no relevant riding records. He needed to explore it alone. Fortunately, there was a light green gemstone dragon that had passed through several Dragon Knight generations, leaving behind many valuable experiences that List could use for reference. Relying on this experience and continuous exploration with Leo, List had already started to compile 2 dragon riding secret manuals, the complete manual of List's Dragon Knight training and the Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Battle Energy Secret Manual. Among them, the Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Battle Energy Secret Manual was a pure battle energy training and combat secret manual. Currently, it stopped at 5 moves: Dragon Slash, Sky Burning Sweep, Sun Swallowing Stab, Sea Boiling Twist, and Earth Shaking Hammer. The complete manual of List's Dragon Knight training was a miscellaneous book. It recorded all kinds of bits and pieces about dragon riding training. It recorded how to prepare before riding a dragon, techniques for spiritual battles, development of the dragon's abilities, and many non-combat skills. Demonic Dragon Energy Training, Dragon Breath Tempering, Dragon Power Focus, Dragon Heart Code, Dragon Blood Infection, Dragon Rider Resonance, Dragon Eye Track, and other skills were all recorded in detail. Not only was it limited to fire dragon training, but he also hoped that this book could become the standard introductory secret manual for all Dragon Knight. He wanted it to be a family heirloom for his descendants to read for generations, to increase the probability of his descendants becoming a Dragon Knight and protect the family's everlasting foundation. Bard, let's try the Dragon Eye track. Wuxia. The wind whistled. List had already entered stealth mode along with the invisible dragon. They flew downstream along the whirlpool river that the infernal flame plane relied on. The water volume of this small river was very large. After all, it was formed by the whirlpool waterfall that surged down from the whirlpool mountain. It twisted and turned along the way, and the water's surface gradually expanded. The small river became a large river. Other tributaries continuously flowed into the whirlpool river, causing the river's surface to expand again and again. At the infernal flame plain, the river's surface was only 2 meters wide. By the time it reached 300 kilometers away, the river's surface was already 50 meters wide. The river also converged with another river that was more than 30 meters wide and began to flow from the southeast to the southwest. At this time, the flow of water in the river increased sharply. After another 200 kilometers, the river width reached more than 130 meters. It can be called a whirlpool river. Liszt exclaimed in admiration. At this time, the river converged into a large river that was 80 meters wide, and it flowed westward downstream. After about 50 kilometers, the river suddenly turned south again, and the width of the water surface reached an astonishing 500 meters. By the time it reached the estuary, the width was unknown because there was a delta formed by the impact of a large whirlpool river. Sparse trees grew there like a large swamp. Using the Whirlpool Mountain as the main trunk of the Whirlpool River, the total length is about 1,000 kilometers, similar to the Huai River on Earth. Moreover, the terrain of the Whirlpool River Basin is relatively flat, very much like the land of fish and rice between Jianghu and Huai River. I don't know if it can be developed into the land of fish and rice in the Whirlpool River. The development of humans on the legendary continent basically used river basins as living areas. The infernal island was huge and could not be completely developed in a short time. So Liszt also planned to use the Whirlpool River Basin as the main development area in the future. Of course, not necessarily. The Whirlpool River was only the southeast corner of the infernal island. Perhaps there were wider and more fertile river basins in other parts of the island that were more suitable for development. Bart, let's find a place at the mouth of the Whirlpool River to rest for a while. At the same time, we can summarize the reason why the Dragon Eye's trajectory has been delayed. Landing on a protruding hill at the mouth of the river, the invisible dragon shouted, "Wuxia." It was looking for Liszt for smoke grass. Here. Liszt took out a piece of smoke grass and stuffed it into the invisible dragon's mouth. The invisible dragon immediately chewed the smoke grass happily, tasting the flavor released by the smoke grass. This thing couldn't be eaten too much, as it would make one easily excited. Liszt calmly took out a mask and put on his face. The invisible dragon had many benefits. The only sad thing was its heavy taste. Of all the things it could eat, it just had to eat the smoke grass. Fortunately, the digestive power of the dragon's saliva was very strong. After eating the smoke grass, the flavor quickly dispersed with the wind, and there was no residual stench left in its mouth. Chapter 822. After thinking about the image problem for a moment, Liszt then began to think about the training with the invisible dragon. The invisible dragon was not an elemental dragon. Although it could hide in the material boundary and become invisible, it could not elementalize and integrate into Liszt's body. Therefore, many of the training skills suitable for Liszt were not suitable for the invisible dragon. Moreover, its dragon breath was a white mist composed of space magic. The white mist could break any material in its path. It was a powerful attack move. Obviously, this white mist dragon breath could not be used to train the dragon breath to temper the body. There was nothing much to say about dragon power focus. The Dragon Knight basically had this skill, which guided the dragon to concentrate its strength into a bundle and no longer disperse. The invisible dragon could also practice the Dragon Heart Code, but it had to learn its rules before it could communicate with Liszt across space. Dragon blood infection was naturally not a problem. The Bampo cattle and estuarine pigs on Black Horse Island were all masterpieces of the invisible dragon's infection. Dragon Knight resonance was a basic operation, so it was not a problem. The problem now was that there were some problems when List fused his Chi secret skill with the invisible dragon. Spiral rotation, aura decay, and magic eye were all difficult to operate on the invisible dragon. The auxiliary effects of the spiral rotation and aura decay were weak and could be ignored. Only the magic eye was List's special skill, and it must be implemented on the invisible dragon. The invisible dragon could freely travel through space. Once it had the assistance of the magic eye, perhaps the essence of the world would be grasped by List. At worst, the magic eye should be able to help the invisible dragon recognize the way, so as not to get lost in the material world next time. Wuxia! After chewing the smoked grass, the invisible dragon was slightly excited. It cooperated with List's communication and constantly discussed the cultivation of the magic eye. It could feel that this Chi secret skill was very important to it. The dragon's IQ was no worse than that of humans. The invisible dragon was naturally qualified to discuss skills with List. One man and one dragon stood on the vast swamp and discussed until it was dark. They had basically sorted out their ideas. So, Bard, let's continue experimenting with the magic eye. Wuxia! Hong Long, the formless dragon, flapped its wings. One man and one dragon flew into the sky again, following the Whirlpool River for the second time. During this period, List constantly tried to cast magic eyes. Finally, when he flew to the middle of the Whirlpool River, List, who was casting magic eyes, suddenly connected with the invisible dragon's field of vision. The next moment, the world returned to its crystalline state. Crystalline trees, crystalline rivers, crystalline distant stars. This was the same as what the invisible dragon could see with its naked eye, which was a variety of crystalline structures. However, the magic eye was still effective. There was a slight change in the world of the crystal structure, but this change made the field of view completely different. That was because there were other colors in his field of vision besides the crystal white. Although these colors weren't very bright, there was an abrupt barrier between them and the white world of crystals. In an instant, List understood the effect of mana eyes on the invisible dragon. Previously, apart from the white world of crystals, the invisible dragon's vision could only be reflected by super and high magic. With the help of mana eyes, even low magic can be reflected. The invisible dragon's field of vision was particularly mystical. The crystal structure of the white field of vision was similar to the direct reflection of a certain special latitude. Only super and high magic could be seen in their original form. Therefore, it could easily detect threatening magic power levels. Back then, when List was hiding in the tunnel, he was clearly discovered with the help of the white field of vision. Now, with the help of mana eyes, the white field of vision was even more frightening and could even detect low magic ranks. Awesome! Bard, there are a lot of plants and animals with magic power in the vicinity of this Whirlpool River. Many of them might even be sprites. It seems that we will have to search for new islands in the future. List looked around, not in a hurry, to collect the crystal structures with magic power. Today, he just wanted to familiarize himself with his skills. Only lesser sprites and greater sprites were worthy of him taking action. Other sprite worms were already not worthy of him taking action. As a dignified dragon knight, he really shouldn't bow down for a few sprite worms. He would have orders of chivalry search for sprite worms in the process of pioneering. If he could find them, then he would look for them. If he couldn't, then so be it. In any case, most of the sprites in the wild were of relatively low value. He preferred the sprite worms that he cultivated himself, which were high-value cash crops such as potions, grains, and so on. Wuxia! The invisible dragon and List's mind were one, so it understood what List was thinking. It flew close to the ground, continuously experimenting with the new white field of vision. The mana eyes that operated together with Leo were called dragon eye trajectories. The mana eyes that operated together with the invisible dragon were named crystal trajectories after List pondered for a bit. The advantage of dragon eye trajectories lay in its clear insight into the details, including the trajectory of magic power circulation, which was clearly displayed in the fire dragon's field of vision. The advantage of crystal trajectories lay in its clear distinction of magic power levels, which had the effect of simplifying complex things. Its overall sweeping effect was astonishing. Most importantly, the white field of vision was only slightly grayish at night, not completely pitch black. In other words, the invisible dragon had the ability to see at night. This was a very important point, as it allowed List to move freely at night. Additionally, the invisible dragon could wander on the material boundary. It was simply a tailor-made assassin-type dragon knight, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. It was more terrifying than the light dragon that could manipulate light. Once the invisible dragon and I finish the invisible dragon knight, Dragon Chi's secret book, all the dragon knight of the other countries will not be able to sleep peacefully at night. He did not intend to hide the invisible dragon for too long. He would release a few space gems and sell them at sky-high prices. Those kingdoms and even empires definitely knew of the existence of the Holy Dragon, so there was no need to keep the invisible dragon a secret. In fact, with the 3 dragons in hand, coupled with Archmage Chi's strong support, he would directly announce the establishment of a kingdom after the territory relocation was completed. Of course, this matter was not urgent. The exploration of the Flame Archipelago had just begun, and even the mainland countries facing the sea had not been clearly investigated. There was no need to be anxious about long-term planning. For now, he would first gain a firm foothold in the infernal plains and develop the Flame Island from the inside out. In passing, he would participate in a few development orders and snatch some materials from the Eagle Kingdom to develop the Flame Archipelago. After returning to the infernal plains, List had a not sumptuous dinner with several titled followers, but he did not drink. After the meal, he returned to his residence and had a discussion with the Chi regarding the invisible dragon's crystal white vision, the world outside the material world, and other space-related content. They discussed in detail. When the discussion reached a deeper level, List also called the invisible dragon to act as a translator and facilitate direct communication between a Chi and the invisible dragon. The invisible dragon had a very good impression of a Chi. It let List ride it easily because it hoped to get a Chi's assistance. Being lost in the world outside the material world frightened it. The communication ended at midnight. Brother, a Chi got a lot of important information for Bard. The research on the magic transmission array is very closely related. It will take a few days to carefully sort it out. Can we postpone our return? Chapter 823. In the next few days, List would spend half a day, almost every day, to break in and train with the invisible dragon. Although he still hadn't researched any Dookie's secret book, he had already mastered the usage of crystal white vision. For this reason, he had also discovered several sprites in the nearby forest. There were no greater sprites or lesser sprites, only 6 ordinary plant sprite worms, which did not have high economic value. At present, he already had over 100 sprite worms. Therefore, he paid very little attention to a single sprite worm. However, sprites were sprites, and their potential was huge. Who knew whether the value of a weed-type sprite worm would double all of a sudden because it had given birth to a variant magic ingredient weed. Therefore, every sprite worm had to be carefully taken care of. For this reason, he had already planned to set up a department that specialized in researching, discovering, protecting, and nurturing elves. It would be responsible for coordinating and managing the elves in the territory. The mages were undoubtedly the most suitable to be the main force of elven research. However, List had been striving to become a mage and did not want the mages to be too deeply involved in the operation of the territory. I might as well dilute the sorcerer class and popularize the arcanist system. Not only can the sorcerer join the arcanist system, but the knight can also join the arcanist system. The Iron Knight can barely be counted as a research unit. It's easier to control it with the arcanist system. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to establish a research and elf training unit as an opportunity to reform the spellcaster system in the territory and officially transition to the Arcanist system. The new research institute will be called Elven College. The college will be a basic research institute for Arcanists in the territory. Elven College will be responsible for the research on elves. Magic College will be responsible for the research on the nature of magic, and Knight College will be responsible for the training of knight. Also, the Agricultural College will be responsible for farming research. The Xianxia College will be responsible for intelligence and advising. The Equipment College will be responsible for magic equipment and weapon manufacturing, as well as the Royal College, which will coordinate and guide all the colleges and report directly to me. They will also be responsible for research and raising dragons. List was prepared to become the principal of the Royal School himself, with Qi as the deputy principal and Chris as the secretary general. He himself would serve as the dean of the Knight Academy. Qi would serve as the dean of the Elven Academy. Crazy would still serve as the dean of the Magic Academy, and the candidate for the other academies would be decided. As for the main positions in the academy, they were based on the rank of an Arcana Master. The lowest level researchers and teachers had to have the lowest title of Arcanist. Those who were responsible for individual projects or leading a teaching project must have the title of Grand Arcanist. In order to be in charge of a school, one had to have the title of Head Arcanist and Head Arcana Tutor in order to be qualified to work in the Royal School. If one wanted to hold a leadership position in the Royal School, as well as to be involved in dragon-related research, one had to have the title of Arcana Tutor. There was no doubt that List and Qi were qualified to be Arcana Tutors, and for the time being, only the two of them were qualified. Lucian wrote Academy Arcanist Plan in his notebook. List did not announce it immediately. For the time being, it was just a concept. It would not be too late to reform it after the founding of the People's Republic. At present, the old territory was still accumulating wealth, and the new territory was still waiting to be developed, so it was not advisable to be too hasty. After all, the Guild of Magic would not remain once the reform was carried out. At this stage, the Guild of Magic was the best way to recruit mages on a pilgrimage. There was still a reason for its existence. Only when the mages had gotten used to the management of the Guild of Magic and began to transform into researchers would it be a good time for reform. However, just as List was preparing to develop the Flame Archipelago, a piece of bad news came from the territory, and a message was quickly presented to his desk through the magic platform. The great noble of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, Marquis of Red Crab Island, former captain of the court fleet, Merlin Lontaro, passed away on the 3rd of July 154 of the Sapphire calendar, and the funeral was scheduled to be held on the 15th of July. Today was the 5th of July. Putting down the paper that recorded the message, List placed his hands on the table and rubbed his forehead. The good mood he had been in for the past few days had faded, and he felt a little suffocated. Although he had been mentally prepared for the fact that Marquis Merlin could pass away at any time. However, when this moment came, it was still difficult for him to welcome it with a calm mind. Apart from Qi, the person closest to him in this world had passed away just like that. Although the interests between the nobles were far greater than the ties of kinship, Marquis Merlin's care for his grandson still filled List's heart with respect. As a transmigrator, the few interactions he had with the old man were probably the most positive feelings he had about kinship. This also caused him to feel much closer to the Taro family than to the Tulip family. Philip informed Count Cross and Viscount Fox to come to the camp for a meeting. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Cross Buckthorn and Fox came together. I called you here because I'm about to leave Flame Island and return to the territory. The development work here will be handed over to you. Cross will take the lead, and Fox will assist. Please rest assured, Your Highness. The two accepted the order. You have to complete the layout of Firewood Town as soon as possible. I will soon return with 10 new frame ships, with half of the resources and half of the personnel. In addition, Durut Red Apricot has already gathered 700 Earth Knight and 1,300 Trainee Knight, as well as a large number of serfs. They are coming by ship, and their residences need to be arranged. Understood. However, you don't need to be responsible for the passage along the Whirlpool River. When I come back, I will be responsible for opening it myself. There are many large world of Warcraft along the way, and their strength should not be weak. List said again. As one of the 3 followers of List, Durut Red Apricot was previously sent to gather the Knight of Iron Heel City to go to Flame Island for the development. Their fleet had no external forces to rely on, and it would take a long time to take a ship from Black Horse Island to Flame Island. However, List would let a Chi go to help and get the fleet to Flame Island as soon as possible. At that time, this group of Knight would go upstream along the Whirlpool River and at the same time open a passage to the Whirlpool River to lay the foundation for future residential development. After the instructions, List sent the 2 away, then went straight to the simple laboratory and found a Chi who was busy. A Chi, I may have to let you delay the experimental research. What's wrong, brother? Marquis Merlin passed away. I need to rush back immediately. A Chi did not pay much attention to humans, but she understood List's feelings for Marquis Merlin, so she nodded meekly. Well, a Chi will tidy up the experimental data. After tidying up the data, they set off immediately. Instead of summoning the little fire dragon Leo, he rode on the invisible dragon bard and set off to the sea. Along the way, he let a Chi personally feel the feeling of immersing in the material boundary while being wrapped in space magic, deepening her understanding of space magic and thus better grasping the principle of the magic transmission array. After rushing through the night, on the afternoon of July 6th, the 2 arrived at the shore of Red Crab Island. Chapter 824. In the evening, Leo finally flew to the mountain range where the Longtaro Castle was located. The tall and magnificent Longtaro Castle was originally decorated with colorful flowers and flags, but now the flowers have been removed and black and white flags were hung on the outer walls. Many carriages were parked in the square in front of the Longtaro Castle, which should be the followers of Marquis Merlin. Roar! The little fire dragon Leo issued a loud and deep dragon roar, reminding the Longtaro Castle of the arrival of him and List. Although the dragon's voice was different, the majesty contained in the tone always made people immediately react that it was a dragon. Therefore, after the dragon roar, a large number of aristocrats suddenly poured out of the Longtaro Castle. Dragon, it's a fire dragon. His Highness List has arrived. His Highness Dragon Knight has come to attend the funeral of Marquis Merlin. The Messiro couple and the Meopal couple stood in the crowd. When they saw the traces of the fire dragon, their sad mood of the past few days could not help but be a bit uplifted. It's List. Roland Pinecone and the Melinda couple, who followed behind the Messiro couple, couldn't help but smile. List came so fast. When the news of grandfather's death spread, I'm afraid that List has already arrived. Meopal clenched his fists. The arrival of his cousin made him feel that the burden on his shoulders was a lot lighter. Marquis Merlin was the solid pillar of the Taro family, and his fall made the Taro family anxious and fearful. The arrival of the fire dragon explained List's attitude. He would keep his promise and become the backing of the Taro family. That was enough. With the support of List, the position of the Taro family in the Sapphire Grand Duchy would not be shaken by the death of Marquis Merlin. The Sapphire family would not have any improper thoughts, and the followers who were originally loyal to Marquis Merlin would not dare to have any thoughts. Instead, they should prepare to pledge allegiance to Messiro. This was indeed the case. In the crowd, Count Sark Broccoli, Durante Hyacinth, and the other counts looked at the slowly flying fire dragon, as well as the faintly discernible silver-armored knight on the dragon's back. Their originally surging emotions were quickly extinguished. At this time, whoever dared to refuse to follow Messiro would probably not be able to see the sun the next day. After the arrival of the fire dragon knight List, the turmoil in the hearts of the people in the Longtaro Castle calmed down. Meopal roused his spirits and commanded the knight of the family to quickly clear a large open space in the plaza for the descent of the fire dragon. The nobles raised their heads and looked at the insufferably mighty fire dragon in awe. The noble ladies and young ladies who came along had fiery gazes. Roar! Leo once again issued a dragon roar, and the dragon power was wantonly released, instantly enveloping the entire Longtaro castle. It still had the evil side of a dragon in its heart. Other than List, all other humans were insignificant ants in its eyes. It could crush them at will, and the Firebird was just a show of strength. Leo, retract your dragon aura. List's clear voice rang in the ears of the people who were trembling under the pressure of the dragon's might, quickly dispelling their embarrassment. The nobles showed gratitude to List, but they did not know that Leo's release of the dragon's might was tacitly approved by List. As the Dragon Knight, it was necessary for him to let everyone remember the supreme majesty of the Dragon Knight. The baptism of the dragon's might was far more intuitive to outsiders than the number of people he had killed, and it would allow them to clearly understand the status of the Dragon Knight. Boom! Leo landed on the ground, cracking the stones in the plaza and causing the earth to tremble. List jumped down from the dragon's back with a chi. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a petite female wizard beside List. They understood the identity of the wizard in a flash. It turned out that not only did the Dragon Knight personally come, but also the Archwizard had also come. Leo, go to the mountain and rest. When Leo heard this, he flapped his wings and soared in the direction of the falling sun, leaving behind a sinister silhouette that shone brightly under the last rays of the setting sun. The mountain to the west was the one behind the Longtaro castle, and there was a dense forest on the top of the mountain for Leo to ravage. At this time, the Masillo's couple, along with many nobles, came over to List and bowed. List, my dear nephew, the great Dragon Knight, and the great Archwizard Acroides, thank you for coming. List quickly stepped forward and helped the Masillo's couple up. Uncle, Aunt, I immediately rushed back from the open sea when I received the bad news. Unfortunately, you did not inform me earlier, so I had no chance to see Grandfather for the last time. I did not expect that the small gathering on Uncle's birthday would turn out to be a farewell. In May, shortly after the end of the Battle of the Sea, List came to the Longtaro Castle on Masillo's birthday. At that time, Marquis Merlin's health had not deteriorated as it had been during the new year. On the contrary, because of little Princess Angela's pregnancy, Meople's promotion to a Sky Knight, and the Taro family's participation in List's trade plan, his mood was very good and his health showed signs of improvement. But he did not expect that he would not be able to survive this year. Father had an accident while trying to operate Qi, causing his health to deteriorate rapidly. He was unable to hold on until I came to inform you. Before leaving, he mentioned you several times, saying that he did not get to see the moment you established your country. Alas, List also sighed. However, Meople said, Father List, when Grandfather left, he told us not to feel sad for him. He left very calmly. All the worries in his heart settled, and with a smile on his face, he sought refuge with the glory of the night. That's right, List. Angela, who had a big belly, echoed. In that case, let's go inside the castle. Uncle, I want to see Grandfather's remains first. List restrained his sadness. Thus, surrounded by a crowd of nobles, List and a Chi arrived at the castle hall. A gorgeous coffin was placed in the hall. At the side, several wizards were maintaining the operation of ice magic to ensure that Marquis Merlin's body would not be destroyed in the hot summer weather. Marquis Merlin's eyes were closed, his ashy face was serene, and he was wearing an exquisite frac abbey that symbolized a marquis. A crystal-carved staff was placed on his chest, and below it was a flag embroidered with the symbol of the Taro family. List stood in front of the coffin and took out a prepared letter from his bosom. It was a letter personally written by Marquis Merlin a few years ago, which he gave to List as a New Year's gift. It would be of great benefit to his promotion to a Sky Knight. He placed the letter in a corner of the coffin. He could not help but say in a deep voice, Grandfather, your gift made me strive forward. Now, as a Dragon Knight, I assure you that I will give the Taro family shelter. The Taro family's bloodline will prosper on the sea together with the Flame family and the Tulip family. After saying that, he solemnly bowed. After a moment, in the undisturbed study, Messiro, Roland Pinecone, Meopal, and List were sitting on 4 chairs. Messiro said directly, "List, thank you for your promise in front of Father's coffin. Father always said that you would be a reliable help to the Taro family, and now the Taro family needs your shelter. Uncle Roland, although we belong to different families, we are all relatives. Grandfather's bloodline weaves us together. As long as I live, your family can rely on me as a barrier. If you want, you can also go to my country to develop." Messiro obviously could not give up Red Crab Island, which he had operated for several generations. Chapter 825. The Taro family was known for their shrewdness. The Marquis of Red Crab Island, Merlin Lontaro, also boasted of his shrewdness. He did not learn from other Marquis families and adopt the method of marriage. Instead, he valued the potential of the other party. The eldest son, Messuro, married the daughter of an earl, who was backed by the Iron Knight family, so the Taro family did not lack weapons and equipment. The eldest daughter, Melinda, married the son of the Viscount of Longtail City, Roland Pinecone, who was known as a genius. The youngest daughter, Melissa, married the Viscount of Tahiti City, Lee William. A few years after the marriage, Lee William was in theft as the Earl of Coral Island because of his outstanding military exploits. He also quickly became a sword saint, proving Marquis Merlin's ability to judge people. However, Roland did not rise on the battlefield as he thought. On the contrary, after Viscount Roland inherited the title, his performance was very mediocre. He did not dare to go to the battlefield for a time, and his strength stopped at the elite Earth Knight. At this point, Roland became a stain in Marquis Merlin's life. He did not get promoted for more than 20 years, and was still a Viscount of Longtail City. Although he was resentful, Viscount Roland did not dare to go to the battlefield to prove himself, so he muddled along for more than 20 years. Marquis Merlin died, and Messiro, who was about to inherit the Marquis title, also did not like his useless brother-in-law. So Roland did not have much loyalty to the Taro family. Even if they lived together on Red Crab Island, he would not necessarily come to Long Taro Castle a few times a year. Maybe he did not come as often as List and his sister. According to the knight system of the legendary continent, the Earl must become a Sky Knight before he could be in theft. Roland probably did not have any thoughts about his title, but looking at the high-spirited Fire Dragon Knight List in front of him, his decadent mind was once again stirred. Perhaps due to his strength, he could not be promoted to Earl, and his 2 sons' talent was not outstanding. But following List to mix the identity of a founding hero was obviously very easy. At that time, he could count on List to till a little more resources, and the Pinecone family strength was just around the corner. It was better than staying in Red Crab Island and Longtail City. But he did not immediately make up his mind. He was ready to listen to what List had to say. Uncle, cousin, please keep this a secret from me." List put down the teacup and said calmly, "I've already found the location of my country's establishment. It's a huge archipelago with a surface area far larger than the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. I've already started developing this flame archipelago." Roland was stunned. An archipelago larger than Sapphire? The fire in his heart quickly burned. The total area of the Sapphire Islands was about 2 million square kilometers, and there were still many undeveloped islands. If the Flame Archipelago was larger than the Sapphire Archipelago, wouldn't there be more undeveloped islands? One could imagine how much manpower List would need to develop them. The Flame Archipelago is about twice the size of the Sapphire Archipelago. It is extremely difficult to develop it, especially due to the lack of population, which severely restricts the establishment of a country. Therefore, I am preparing to plunder the population of the Eagle Kingdom over the next few years. Once my sea fleet is formed, I will launch a war alone. Start a war alone? Yes, taking advantage of the fact that the Eagle Kingdom is preoccupied with its own affairs. I will personally lead the plunder. it is very likely that the coastal areas of the Eagle Kingdom will be left empty. Mesiro could not help but sigh. Leaving the coastal areas of the Eagle Kingdom empty? List, can the Eagle Kingdom tolerate such a huge plunder? So what if they can't tolerate it? List suddenly gave birth to an uncontrollable heroic spirit and blurted out, "Uncle, I never fight a battle I am not sure of. Unless the Eagle Kingdom sends all the Dragon Knight to fight with me in a dragon-slaying war, I have nothing to fear. The Eagle Kingdom has 5 Dragon Knight." Mesiro felt that his nephew was somewhat arrogant. "But I also have more than 1 dragon," Liz said indifferently. What? Mesiro, Roland, and Meopel all stared with their eyes wide open. "Liz, what do you mean?" Originally intending to keep it a secret, but unfortunately, he could not hold back for a while. Liz simply no longer concealed it. "Carl Low Violet died in battle, and the light green gem dragon has fallen into my hands. I am currently cultivating a Dragon Knight for the light green gem dragon. In addition, I have conquered another dragon on Blazing Island. At present, I have a total of 3 dragons. 3 dragons and a magic shooter." The study room suddenly fell into absolute silence. Mesiro and the other 2 were completely stunned and did not know what to say for a long time. In the end, it was Meopel who was able to accept it and asked in a trembling voice, "List, my dear cousin, you are a Dragon Knight. I should not doubt you, but do you really have 3 dragons? There is no benefit in deceiving you, is there? Wait a moment, I will go and get something." After saying this, List got up and left the study room, walking towards the bedroom arranged for him by the Longtaro Castle. This was just an act. In fact, he had already taken out a few light green gems from his space ring on the way. The invisible dragon needed to be kept a secret for the time being. The news of the Holy Dragon had to wait until he was fully fledged before it could be exposed. Otherwise, it would attract too much hatred. First, he revealed the light green gem dragon. Perhaps it would not take long for it to reach the ears of the Sapphire Grand Duke, and then slowly spread to the Eagle Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom. However, he was not afraid of the news leaking. The deterrence of the 3-headed dragon was enough to allow List to move unfettered across the sea. Moreover, sooner or later, the light green gems would be sold in exchange for resources, and the Eagle Kingdom would naturally know about it. At that time, it would depend on whether they would dare to come and ask for the light green gem dragon. It would not be a big deal if a dragon-slaying battle occurred. In any case, the Flame Archipelago was impoverished. He had the invisible dragon to hide his body and a chi to control the seawater. If he could not win, he could just run away. Once the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom left, the Flame Archipelago would be rebuilt. However, at that time, the hatred would be sown, and the Eagle Kingdom would no longer have peace. The Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom would also have to be careful of being assassinated. In short, List was not afraid. He now left the study room to give his uncle and uncle time to digest the news. In the study room, Meopel was already scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. "Father, uncle, List has a 3-headed dragon. Mesiro, do you think this is true? A 3-headed dragon. A 3-headed dragon. This is simply unimaginable." Mesiro forced himself to calm down and muttered to himself, "List has a steady character. He will not lie. Moreover, the light green gem dragon is missing, and the only one who can find this dragon in the sea is probably that archmage Achilles Ides. As for the other dragon, with him and his Excellency Achilles Ides joining hands, it would not be difficult to conquer it." Achi's reputation was far more resounding than that of List. After all, an archmage had not been born for hundreds of years. At the time of the dragon-slaying battle, Achi's magic caused a far more shocking scene than the Dragon Knight, who was more focused on physical combat, leaving a deep impression on everyone. It could be said that after that battle, when the true overlord of the Azure Wave Sea was mentioned, everyone would first think of Achi. The Dragon Knight could not control water, while the Archmage could control the sea as if it were clay. With Mesiro's analysis, Roland and Meopel believed that List indeed had a 3-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon and the archmage were such huge forces that they were more than enough to establish a maritime kingdom. Roland clenched his fist on the spot. Breathing heavily, he said, Messiro, I plan to follow Liz to the Flame Archipelago. I wonder if you have any objections? Messiro narrowed his eyes. I wish the Pinecone family prosperity in the Flame Archipelago. Roland heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. Huh. Chapter 826. Liz placed a few light emeralds on the table. These are light emeralds produced by the light emerald dragon for me. If the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom dares to start a dragon-slaying war with me again, he might send me another dragon. Even if he didn't take out the light emeralds, Messiro and the other two believed that he had a three-headed dragon. However, the impact of the emeralds was obviously greater. Light Emerald Dragon, I didn't expect the Eagle Kingdom to launch a dragon-slaying war with great difficulty. Not only did they not obtain any benefits, but they also lost a dragon and a dragon knight. Messiro looked at List, his evaluation of his nephew infinitely rising. You can really fight against a country by yourself. This is just the beginning. The development potential of the maritime countries can't compare to that of the mainland countries. Sooner or later, I will kill my way to the legendary continent and build a huge kingdom that will dominate the land and sea. List was also bragging that he didn't need to pay taxes. The land of the legendary continent should be occupied by various kingdoms. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find new territories for you to build a country. Messiro thought about it and felt that he should advise List to keep a low profile. Miopal was excited. List, if you can build a kingdom that will span the land and sea, I will also follow you. That's easy. Cousin, if you come to my country, you won't do worse than Sapphire. Even the current Flame Archipelago has more fertile islands than Red Crab Island. If the Taro family was willing to give up Red Crab Island and seek refuge with him, it would naturally be a good thing. The Flame Archipelago was too big, and what he lacked the most was population. Even if he had followers and subjects, as well as the followers and subjects of the Tulip family, they might not even reach 800,000 people. It was simply terrifying to develop an archipelago of more than 5 million square kilometers with 800,000 people. The per capita area of the Flame Archipelago was more than 25 square kilometers. It should be known that the per capita area of China was only 0.0054 square kilometers. Therefore, he would open up a wide range of channels and not reject any knight who came to seek refuge with him, as long as they could bring people. However, the Taro family had been rooted in Red Crab Island for many years. It was not easy to run an industry, and they also had a relationship with Princess Angela. It was difficult for them to give up Sapphire. Messiro would not make a stand easily. Only Roland Pinecone had decided to follow List to Flame Island in search of opportunities. List immediately said, Uncle Roland, if the Pinecone family is willing to cooperate with the development of Fiery Island, I can promise you the title of Count, and you can give your title to Cousin Raleigh. Viscount Roland and Aunt Melinda had two sons, Russell and Raleigh. Russell could inherit his father's title, while Raleigh had to establish his own business. Now, List not only promised the Pinecone family an Earl title, but also a Viscount title. The temptation was too great. Viscount Roland was very excited and even a little scared. The title of Count was his nightmare. List, I'm just an elite Earth Knight. Can I be promoted to Count? Under normal circumstances, only a Sky Knight can be promoted to Count. However, in my country, I have the final say, so Uncle can be promoted to Count. After 3 generations, if the Pinecone family is still unable to cultivate a new Sky Knight heir, then according to the Knight system, they will be demoted to Viscount. List was very appreciative of this system, where one would be demoted due to insufficient strength. He was not willing to raise a group of useless followers who would enjoy the resources of the fief, yet be mediocre and unable to even fight for military exploits. Don't worry, although I have no hope of becoming a Sky Knight in this lifetime, and Russell doesn't have the talent, The Pinecone family will use all its resources to cultivate a third generation of Sky Knight successors. Since that is the case, after grandfather's funeral is over, Uncle will prepare to leave for Flame Island. Only by participating in the development of Flame Island as soon as possible can I properly bestow the title of Count to Uncle. Good. When this topic was over, Meopal couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, List, since you have 3 dragons, what is the other one? List smiled slightly. It's a secret for the time being. After staying in Lontaro Castle for one night, List left the next day. The funeral was set for July 15th. It was only the 7th, so there were still 8 days left. He just came here in advance to let people know his attitude of sheltering the Taro family. So he said goodbye to Messiro and the others and returned to Black Horse Island with Chi. He had planned to have a chat with the Oxtail Marquis, but the Oxtail Marquis had gone to the Oxtail territory, and even the Levis couple had gone with him. So he rested on Black Horse Island. Your Royal Highness, according to your instructions, Black Horse Island has been sorting out various industries. This is a list of industries to be transferred in 3 phases: short, medium, and long. Isaiah, the administrative officer of Algae City, sent a list to List. All the industries in the Flame territory were densely recorded, and each industry was marked with an approximate date of migration. As long as the Flame Island was gradually developed, these industries could be gradually transferred there. Eventually, a deserted territory was left and returned to the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, but the transfer of industries was not urgent. He would first take advantage of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire for a few years. In fact, List's intention was not to return Black Horse Island. He wanted to wait and see if Chi could develop the magic transmission array as soon as possible with the help of the Invisible Dragon. Once the magic transmission array was properly studied and the transmission array from Black Horse Island to the Flame Island was established, the Sapphire Islands and the Flame Islands would be inseparable. It just so happened that List wanted to establish a kingdom. He could recruit the Sapphire family as his followers and make them loyal and pay tribute to him. I alone am enough to be the overlord of the sea. Grand Duke Andrew will not live long, and Anthony will certainly not be able to ride the Sapphire Dragon. I can accept him as a younger brother. In the beginning, Anthony wanted to accept List as a younger brother. Now that List was riding a dragon, he wanted to accept Anthony as a younger brother. He wanted to embrace the 4 seas and dominate the blue water. Sapphire was the nail that must be pulled out. He rested for a night. List did not stay in Thorncastle for long. Together with Chi, he led the 10 large framed ships to the Whirlpool Islands and arrived at the Maelstrom a day later. So he continued to follow the previous action and smoothly crossed the 10 large framed ships to the Whirlpool Mountain of the Flame Island to support the construction of Infernal Town. On July 11th, he took Chi to continue to the sea. This time, he found a fleet of Duarte Red Apricot sailing on the vast sea. Chi controlled the waterspout to help the fleet increase its speed, but because there were too many ships, she could not provide too high a speed. It took a full 3 days to send the fleet to the Whirlpool Islands. The fleet would leave a group of knight and serfs in the Whirlpool Islands to build the Whirlpool Town. The other part continued to sail, not through the Maelstrom, but along the nautical route to the Flame Islands, and eventually landed in the estuary area of the Whirlpool River. Along the Whirlpool River, they opened up a settlement and finally met up with Infernal Town. After sending the fleet to the Whirlpool Islands, List left with Chi and returned to Red Crab Island to attend the funeral of Marquis Merlin. Just as they arrived at Red Crab Island, Chi took out her magic platform and prepared to contact the mages of Infernal Town to inquire about the progress of several experiments. Unexpectedly, she received a magic platform message from Black Horse Island. It turned out that the shipbuilders of the Port Town dock had been working on a new type of schooner. Costo and others were busy exploring the nautical data of the schooner. He could not help but summon the Smoke mission to check the progress. Sure enough, he found that the mission had been completed. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.